ministers, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. I am Kenethia Douglas, and I am honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this morning's opening session. It is with great pleasure that I warmly welcome you all to Trinidad and Tobago as we convene the 8th meeting of the Caribbean Development Roundtable. Before we begin today's proceedings, I invite you to give your attention to the required security briefing. Our sub-region, it is fitting that we begin with words from a leader who has long been a champion of such efforts in the Caribbean. It is an honor to introduce the Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago, and the incoming chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. Minister Beckles Robinson has been a steadfast advocate for advancing the sub-region's development agenda, particularly in the areas of environmental sustainability, climate change resilience, and strategic economic planning. Her leadership has been instrumental in driving initiatives that not only support the long-term growth and prosperity of Trinidad and Tobago, but also contributes to the broader resilience and development of the Caribbean. Fun fact, she is known to also be scoring goals on and off the field. Please join me in warmly welcoming the Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, a leader of great distinction, to offer the opening remarks for this important gathering. Welcome, Minister Beckles Robinson.
Acknowledge online the Honorable Terence True, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Joseph Farrell, Premier of Montserrat. Let me, of course, take this opportunity to specially acknowledge Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar. Let me just make sure I ask him to pronounce the name correctly. Zinax, is that correct? Thank you. Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. My ministerial colleagues, the Honorable Joseph Andal, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development of Grenada, the Honorable Alva Batiste, Minister of External Affairs, International Travel, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs, St. Lucia, the Honorable Alpheus Frederick Stevenson, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Consumer Affairs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre, Minister of Economic Development, Climate Resilience and Social Security, Dominica, my good friend, Ambassador Walter Webson, Permanent Representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations, other distinguished ambassadors, representatives of government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, United Nations Secretariat, United Nations Fund and Programs, international organization, financial institutions, and academic institutions. On behalf of the people and government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, it is my great honor to welcome you to this esteemed gathering of the Caribbean Development Roundtable held in conjunction with the 13th session of the Caribbean Development and Cooperative Committee of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. The people of Trinidad and Tobago are honored to host this pivotal session, recognizing the importance of gathering as a region to strengthen our collective resolve. Together, we are focused on revitalizing the economies of small island states with a clear mission to foster accelerated and sustainable growth. The gathering provides the opportunity to unite our efforts, share strategies, and create a path forward that will ensure long-term prosperity for all our nations. Together, we are setting the stage for a future of resilience, progress, and shared prosperity. This is a moment for bold, decisive leadership where strategic fervor guides our efforts to implement innovative solutions that will uplift our economies, strengthen our resilience, and secure a brighter future for the people of our region. In our pursuit of solutions, we must collectively embrace the belief that our societies possess tremendous untapped potential for innovation and leadership in sustainable development. As we gather here for this Caribbean Development Roundtable, it is essential that we carefully examine practical strategies to break down the barriers that hinder resilient growth and sustainable development in the Caribbean. Our shared commitment must be focused on identifying actionable solutions that will pave the way for a stronger, more sustainable future for our region. By doing this, we will be positioning our sub-region to transition smoothly from dialogue to concrete action, ensuring that our discussions lead to real impactful progress. Furthermore, this roundtable, through the panel discussions and dialogue with prominent policymakers and key stakeholders, will also provide valuable updates on the work of the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. To set the tone, let me first remind you of the 5 interrelated topics driving our thoughts and ambitions for this session. Confronting climate change through risk reduction and resilience building in the Caribbean. Operationalizing the multidimensional vulnerability index, addressing our region's data needs. Improving access to innovative climate finance towards investment in adaptation and structural change. Scaling up and improving productive development policy for a more inclusive and sustainable future. And revisiting economic diversification as the key driver of growth and development in the Caribbean. Existing data from the Caribbean Development Bank indicates that we are on a positive growth trajectory. According to its February 2024 report, Caribbean economies continue to rebound from the COVID-19 shock with an average growth rate of 6.7% in 2023. This speaks to the resilience of our people and the strength of our leadership. Yet we must remain mindful that this optimism exists under the looming shadow of persistent risks such as sluggish global growth, high inflation, climate change, and natural disasters, all of which have the potential to erode these gains. However, if there is one truth we all know, it is these very challenges also present limitless opportunities. As we gather over the next few days, let us be confident that our solutions lie in finding innovative ways to channel resources and creativity into building climate resilient social and economic infrastructure. Additionally, improving our institutional framework, mainly through digitalization and the integration of artificial intelligence, will be key to unlocking the next phase of our region's growth. Yet, we must remember that our greatest asset is our human resource base. By focusing on closing skills gaps and Aligning our workforce with the growing demands of global landscape, we position ourselves to not only meet these challenges, but excel in them. Pursuing our goals also hinges on advancing sustainable energy solutions, which will boost our energy security and reduce costs, critical steps in driving long-term resilience and competitiveness. Moreover, enhancing intra-regional trade holds the potential to strengthen our economies further. By fostering deeper regional value chains, we can reduce our dependence on imports and, most importantly, improve our region's food security. In this interconnected effort, we have the power to create a sustainable, self-reliant future in the Caribbean. By working with dedication in this moment, we can ensure that future generations will also reap the benefits of the progress we achieve, leaving a lasting legacy that extends well beyond our time. As we embark on these important discussions, I want to close by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to UNECLAC and the remarkable team of the Ministry of Planning and Development for their tireless efforts in bringing these sessions to life. I extend my gratitude to all of you for your dedication to the advancement of our region, as evidenced by your participation and presence here today. Let us begin this session with a spirit of partnership, optimism, and determination, knowing that our work will shape a brighter, more resilient future for the Caribbean and generations to come. I wish all of you the best over the course of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Beckles-Robinson, for your gracious welcome and for setting the stage for our discussions today. To further build on these opening insights, it is a privilege to now introduce to you Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Zirinax, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we told this is your first time in the Caribbean. Señor, bienvenido a Trinidad y Tobago. Since his appointment in September 2022, Mr. Salazar Zirinax has leveraged his distinguished career in economic development, trade, and employment policy to advance productive development across the Latin American and Caribbean region. In previous assignments, including as Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean at the International Labour Organization and the Director of Trade at the Organization of American States, he has been instrumental in shaping policies that promote economic integration, competitiveness, and sustainable development. An accomplished academic, Mr. Salazar Zirinax has authored numerous works on development, trade, and economic transformation, and continues to influence the region's approach to sustainable development. Please join me in extending a warm reception to Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Zirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, as he delivers his opening remarks. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. Excellencies, Honorable Penelope Beckles, Minister of Planning and Development, the Honorable Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Joseph Farrell, Premier of Montserrat, the Honorable Albert Randim, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation, outgoing Chair of the CDCC, Suriname, other honorable and esteemed ministers, Ambassador Walton Webson, Permanent Representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations, other distinguished ambassadors, representatives of government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, United Nations Secretariat, United Nations funds and programs, international organizations, financial institutions and academic institutions, esteemed Diane Parles, Director of ECLAC's Caribbean Office. I am delighted, truly happy to be here and to welcome you all to the 8th meeting of the Caribbean Development Roundtable here in beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to thank Minister Beckles Robinson and the government of Trinidad and Tobago for the warm hospitality that you have extended to me and my delegation since we arrived yesterday. It is wonderful to be back in the Caribbean and in Trinidad and Tobago in particular. This is my first visit as Executive Secretary of ECLAC, but I had certainly been here many times before, as well as in other Caribbean states under previous positions and responsibilities. Our roundtable this year is inspired by the theme of the 4th Conference on Small Island Developing States, hosted by Antigua and Barbuda in May this year, which committed to charting a path towards resilient prosperity for all SIDS. This conference and its outcome was of great importance to the countries of your region because of the consideration it gave to the unique challenges facing small island developing states, and the collective commitment expressed by the UN system, development partners, and all stakeholders to work together with you towards achievement of your development aspirations. This landmark event therefore serves as an opportunity for shaping a plan for practical next steps, and for this, we are ECLAC very pleased to offer you our support as reflected in the issues we have selected for discussion in this roundtable. At the CIDS4 conference, your member states highlighted the urgency of action for scaling up innovative climate financing. The importance of adopting the multidimensional vulnerability index was also underscored, as was the need for capacity building and technology transfer to advance the low carbon development and the green economy transition. For confronting these and other challenges at ECLAC, we think it is essential to adopt and embrace the new vision on how to do productive development policies. These policies are essential for promoting economic dynamism and transformation with 3 interrelated objectives. First, achieving a more productive economy, that is, a productive system that is more diversified and technologically sophisticated. Second, a more inclusive one in terms of more and better jobs and poverty reduction. And third, a greener and more sustainable growth path, because it is also in productive development policies that the tools for promoting the green and the blue economies lie. Building a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable growth path is an aspiration to which your member states are already committed. What we propose is to take a closer, more careful look at both the what needs to be done and how to make good on this promise of durable growth, resilience building, and sustainable development. Because in a world that has changed so much, geoeconomically and geopolitically, and characterized by several converging technological revolutions, plus climate change and demographic changes, growth strategies and productive development strategies cannot continue to be what they were 30, 20, or even 10 years ago. The convergence of technological revolutions, digital, biogenetics, in life sciences, in nanotechnologies, to mention just a few, is changing everything. What we propose is that we need to rethink and reimagine the what's and the hows for development, what transformations countries need to prioritize, and how to manage these transformations successfully. And what we propose is also the need to think the future, think long-term, so that from a systematic collective exercise of imagining future scenarios, societies can define the themes that are important for the present. This is the only way to be aware about what kind of future we are collectively building with the decisions, actions, and steps being taken today. It is the only way of knowing whether, with the policies and actions of today, societies are advancing towards a better future, more of the same, or to some dystopian scenario. This is the basic invitation that we propose in the special anniversary issue of ECLAC Review, SEPA Review of December 2023. Armed with this basic epistemic, if you like, and methodological position, when we look at the Latin American and Caribbean region as a whole, we see a region mired in three development traps: a low capacity to grow trap, a high inequality, low social mobility, weak social cohesion trap, and a low institutional capacities and weak governance trap. And the key question is how to get out of these traps. And by the way, this is the focus of the position document we have prepared for our upcoming 40th period of sessions of ECLAC, to be celebrated from the 9th to the 11th of October in Lima, Peru, where we keenly expect your participation. The data documenting these traps is eloquent. As regards the low capacity to grow trap, the Latin America and Caribbean region as a whole grew at only 0.9% between 2014 and 2023. This is half the 2% growth in the infamous lost decade of the 1980s. As a result, our GDP per capita is the same we had 10 years ago, on average for the whole region. But it is not just a problem of a medium-term low growth cycle. It is a long-term structural cycle or problem. In the 30 years from 1950 to 1979, the average growth of the region was 5.5%. In the next 30 years, from 1980 to 2009, it was 2.7%. And in the last 14 years, from 2010 to the present, it has been only 1.6%. So clearly, we have been losing capacity to grow. With such rates of growth, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to reduce poverty and informality, to create high-quality jobs, and to have sufficient fiscal revenues to satisfy development needs. And this is why we're putting so much emphasis on the need to promote a great productive transformation in the economies of the region. And the main tools to do this are in the productive development policies. We will be presenting in this meeting our new flagship report entitled Panorama of Productive Development Policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. How can the region advance the great productive transformation it needs? When we focus in the Caribbean, we find that the problem of chronic low growth is even more severe in this region. From 2010 to 2019, the average growth of the Caribbean was 0.5%. And from 2014 to 2023, it was only 0.1%. This is without including Guyana, of course. Between 2000 and 2015, growth in Caribbean productivity averaged only 2.1% per year, and the Global Innovation Index shows that the Caribbean has stagnated in recent years. In the Caribbean, the growth challenge is exacerbated, of course, by unique vulnerabilities. In this region, the climate crisis and natural disasters pose an existential threat. The passage of Hurricane Beryl in June speaks clearly to your country's high exposure to destructive climatic events and the hurricane season. By the way, ECLAC led the damage and loss assessment in Barbados with the participation of UNDP and UNDRR. We responded very promptly to Prime Minister Motley's request in July. The report was submitted in August, and we're also participating in the damage and loss assessments of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. We estimate regular annual losses from disasters in the Caribbean at $3 billion. But in an active year, this figure rises quickly. On average, the Caribbean loses some 17% of its GDP in any year that hurricanes occur. It is no longer in question that these relentless climate impacts are a significant contributor to the high public debt in your subregion, or that a single event can retard development for more than a decade. With average public debt and debt servicing levels unsustainably high, domestic finance is limited. And yet, your countries are hard-pressed to access external financing in an increasingly challenging global environment marked by high interest costs and a flight to quality that punishes countries with poor credit ratings. As I said, we also see the countries of the region in a second trap of high inequality, low social mobility, and weak social cohesion, and the Caribbean is no exception. Too large a percentage of the sub-region's population exists on the fringe of the economy, barely making a living in informal, low-paying jobs. Welfare systems have insufficient coverage and lack of sufficient financing. Poverty levels are high. Education and vocational training systems have ample room for improvement. Gender-based violence, gender inequality, and youth unemployment continue to be matters of serious concern. Citizens with disabilities remain largely on the margins of society with inadequate access to systems or services configured to their needs. And organized crime has grown and penetrated both the formal and the informal economies. Of course, all of these phenomena vary significantly between countries, but they are all shared characteristics and challenges. All of this threatens peace in the communities and the stability of social pacts. In the area of main focus of this 8th Caribbean Development Roundtable, Productive Development Policies, we have proposed a new vision of these policies that we will have the opportunity to explain in one of the sessions. But let me advance to you one characteristic of this vision, the need to have sectorial productive development strategies. Our advice is that it is important for countries to have a portfolio of dynamizing and transforming sectors, such as agriculture, renewable energies, electrical mobility, the circular economy, sustainable tourism, and modern internet-enabled services. The care society and industrial sectors such as medical devices, the health and life sciences industries, and pharmaceutical industries can also make a great contribution to growth and employment. Energy is a critical cross-cutting sector in the Caribbean, as mentioned by the Minister. Green energy has great potential to become a dynamic sector in the sub-region, including solar, wind, hydroelectricity, and geothermal sources. A big push towards green energy production could meet domestic energy needs and drive down energy costs in tourism, agriculture, and the light manufacturing sectors. No doubt, the sub-region's fossil fuel producers are considering increased investment in green energy to be ahead of the curve in the green energy revolution. I'm also pleased to see increasing attention being given to development of the blue economy in the Caribbean. For you, you are as much large ocean states as you are small islands. The Caribbean Sea is more than 11 times the collective land mass of your islands and is rich in biodiversity and productive resources. There is much scope for growth through increased investment in fish and seafood processing, marine-based pharmaceuticals, bioprospecting, and ocean thermal and wind energy, to name only a few. Education and human capital are key to do all this. However, not only in the Caribbean, in all of Latin America and the Caribbean. The education and training systems are failing to deliver the high-quality learning and competencies needed to promote strong knowledge-based economies. And I know, because I visited several times, you have an excellent university. But unfortunately, many of those graduates, because of lack of good job opportunities in the Caribbean, migrate. So that is why it's so important also to have these productive development policies to be able to make the most of this talent in which you are investing, but some part of it losing. The third trap I mentioned is one of weak institutional capabilities and governance. Many countries in the region have abundant diagnoses and strategies to address numerous development gaps and challenges. Unfortunately, quite often, these strategies and policies fail to deliver. Quite often, good intentions crash against lack of institutional capabilities to implement and coordinate, or to persuade key stakeholders to support, or flounder in the face of political opposition or lack of financing, to mention again just a few causes of policy failure or policy derailment. This is where the question of how to manage the necessary transformations comes into its own. Our answer to this question takes us to 4 interrelated elements: governance arrangements, what we call the top capabilities of institutions, that is the technical, operational, political, and prospective or foresight capabilities, the spaces for social dialogue, and the political economy of reforms. We should use our meetings this week to talk about these practical realities of governance and challenges. All of these are key determinants of the capacity of your governments to manage the desired transformations. One of the key technical capabilities of institutions is data and statistics. Strengthening statistical capacities will require an appreciation of advances in data science that include big data, as well as advances in information systems that make digitalization and access to data easier than it has ever been. Let me finish with a few comments on the important area of financing. Despite chronic fiscal constraints and limited fiscal space marked by high debt and debt service, the need to generate as much domestic financing as possible is inescapable. Consideration could also be given to the issuance of innovative finance instruments, including green bonds, catastrophe bonds, and debt for nature swaps, parametric insurance, hurricane clauses, and other state contingent debt instruments that provide relief from debt following a disaster should be aggressively pursued. And yes, the international community must be challenged to shape an appropriate framework that assures the provision of financial assistance for the highly vulnerable middle and upper income countries, including in the Caribbean. This is why our discussion today on operationalizing the multidimensional vulnerability index adopted by the General Assembly last month is so important. Much effort has been invested in the creation of this index. We need to ensure that it serves as an effective tool to provide a more realistic view of the many challenges that constitute your vulnerability, thereby facilitating increased opportunity to access concessional financing. At ECLAC, we look forward to leading the pilot phase of operationalizing the MVI in this sub-region. And let me remind you that the weeks and months ahead are critical for the issue of financing for development. Under the leadership of Brazil, the G20 is on the road to agreeing on some important new steps on international financing and taxation. The Pact of the Future will be adopted next week at the UN General Assembly, and will have some important language and commitments regarding the reform of the international financial architecture. And the preparations for the fourth Financing for Development Conference in Spain in July 2025 will offer important opportunities to include commitments with positive steps and solutions that can ease financial burdens and help all developing countries, including in the Caribbean, with your financial challenges. The Bridgetown Initiative has been a key proposal that has been quite helpful to consolidate the package of solutions that are on the table in these different negotiating fora. The diplomacy of small states can be very influential and very powerful in all these and other fora. And at ECLAC, we are also quite ready and willing to support you on these financing and resource mobilization discussions, as well as on the challenges of productive development and others. The new geoeconomic and geopolitical realities require re-evaluating diplomatic strategies, especially for small states, as you must now navigate a web of alliances, rivalries, and conflicting interests in a multipolar world. Do count on us in these efforts. Distinguished representatives, the challenges you face are profound, but I am persuaded that the fortitude and resilience of spirit that resides in this sub-region will carry you through. The Commission's commitment to supporting your development aspirations remains as strong as ever, if not stronger. I look forward to our dialogue over the next few days, including on how to give practical effect to the next steps on your development agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar Zaranax. I note that it is your first time as Executive Secretary in this region. Thank you again for your insightful remarks. As we delve deeper into today's theme, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Dr. Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Dr. Drew, a distinguished medical doctor and a public servant, has been at the forefront of efforts to advance healthcare, education, and social justice in his country. Since taking office in 2022, Prime Minister Drew has demonstrated a strong commitment to fostering economic resilience and sustainable development across the Caribbean region. Under his leadership, St. Kitts and Nevis continues to make strides in advancing the pressing challenges of climate change, economic diversification, and social equity. Today, Prime Minister Drew will share his insights virtually on addressing the challenges to resilient growth and sustainable development in the Caribbean, drawing on his extensive experience and dedication to the region's progress. Honorable Prime Minister, we are aware that commitments related to events celebrating the 40th anniversary of the independence of St. Kitts and Nevis have prevented you from being with us in person today. We are happy to have you join us virtually, and I invite you to deliver your address at this time.
Good morning to all. I hope you can hear me well. Can I confirm that you can hear me well? Are you hearing me well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for your wonderful introduction. Let me also stand on the protocol or the order of precedence that you so ably put forward. And so I want to recognize all the honorables and others who are present here with us this morning, and to say that I've definitely enjoyed the two presentations thus far that I have listened to. They were, of course, extremely insightful, and I think we are all on the same theme. So I take this opportunity to speak to you today, not just as Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, but as a committed servant of this blessed nation of St. Kitts and Nevis and of the region, deeply invested in the well-being and future as we go forward. At this pivotal juncture in our development, we must confront the pressing challenges that threaten our region, and in the case of St. Kitts and Nevis, our nation's growth and resilience. We must also seize the opportunities before us to ensure in St. Kitts and Nevis's situation that we continue to thrive, not just for today, but for the generations to come. In that vein, I will speak to you from our perspective here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The path to resilient growth and sustainable development is neither straightforward nor simple. It requires us to grapple with the hard truth, make tough decisions, and embark on bold initiatives. However, we must also recognize that these challenges are not insurmountable. With determination, strategic foresight, and the collective effort, we can and we must build a stronger and more resilient region. What does resilience mean for us? Resilience, in its general sense, is the capacity to withstand, recover, and grow in the face of adversity. For our nation, this encompasses climate resilience, economic and financial resilience, social and health resilience, and security resilience. Each of these facets is crucial to ensuring that our nation not only survives, but thrives in an increasing, unpredictable world. Climate resilience, for example, means adapting to the harsh realities of our environment. As small island developing states and large ocean nations, we are acutely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, rising sea levels, intensified hurricanes, and unpredictable weather patterns. What happened recently in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, of course, highlight these facts. These are not hypothetical threats. They are happening now. We must protect our coastlines, adopt sustainable construction techniques, and ban materials such as single-use plastics that contribute to environmental degradation. Just recently, we initiated coastal protection projects and promoted the use of climate-smart building designs here in St. Kitts and Nevis to safeguard our communities against future climate shocks. On the economic and financial resilience end, in our experience, it is about ensuring that our economy can withstand external shocks and continue to grow. For too long, we have relied heavily on one sector of the economy, in our case, the CBI program. While this has been a valuable economic tool, we have determined that it is not enough. We must diversify our economy to reduce our dependency on any single sector. This government, therefore, is committed to strengthening our agricultural base, expanding our tourism offerings, and investing in the digital economy. By doing so, we will create new avenues for growth and ensure that our economy remains robust regardless of global economic fluctuations. We have also made sure that we make necessary investments in renewable energy, which is now becoming the foundation of our economic resilience and advancement. On the end, and this resilience with respect to social and health matters, this is also very important. Our people are our greatest asset, and we must invest in their well-being. This is why we are building a new climate-smart hospital that will provide state-of-the-art healthcare services to our citizens. We are also implementing programs to enhance education, provide skills training, and ensure that every citizen here in St. Kitts and Nevis has the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to our nation's development. A healthy, educated population is the foundation of a resilient society. And of course, this can be extrapolated to our region. When it comes to matters of security, as we know, we are all dealing with security matters in our various jurisdictions at this particular point. This is about protecting our borders and ensuring the safety of all citizens. The threats we face today are not just from natural disasters, but also from illegal migration and the importation of weapons and ammunition, none of which is produced, or very little is produced here in our region. As a result, the government is taking initiatives and decisive action to improve border security, enhance law enforcement capabilities, and ensure that our communities remain safe and secure. However, we cannot build a resilient nation or if our people live in fear. Security is the bedrock upon which all other forms of resilience are built. To that end, we have started the process of implementing measures to deal with citizen security from a public health perspective. This, of course, was discussed at a symposium in Trinidad and Tobago, where this event is being held, I think, in 2023. And CARICOM has taken up this initiative to ensure that we can implement what is necessary across the region. I will say that this is critically important if we are to deal with the scourge of violence and interpersonal violence across the region. I myself will be a big proponent for this perspective and approach because it is scientific, it has been well studied, and based on my background, I understand the positive impact that it would have. So ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I want to say that the government's vision is to transform St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state, which is in keeping with what the region seeks to do. This vision is not just a political slogan. It is a shared commitment to ensuring that our nation remains a beacon of hope and progress in the Caribbean and indeed the world. But what does this transformation entail? And based on this anecdote of my own country, I can extrapolate to the region as well. A sustainable island state is one where every citizen enjoys a high quality of life today, while preserving these standards for future generations. Sustainability is spoken of, and I think I would repeat the definition. A sustainable island state is one where every citizen enjoys a high quality of life today, while preserving these standards for future generations. It is a nation where we live in harmony with our environment, where economy is diversified and robust, where our social system are inclusive and equitable, and where our security is unassailable. The vision is built on 7 critical pillars. 1, water security, where we will ensure a reliable water supply through initiatives like rainwater harvesting, renewable energy-driven desalination, and sustainable management practices. As we know, because of climate change, our region is being hit by irregular rainfall, which is causing severe droughts in certain areas and hence a decrease of water, potable water for our people. Here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have suffered tremendously, and we have embarked on a program to do more drilling for underground water, and secondly, for the first time, to have public desalination plants, where one plant to produce 2 million gallons is costing the government 50 million EC dollars, which is about 18 to 20 million US dollars, a significant amount of money seeking to adapt to climate change, making sure that our people have access to potable water. The other matter that we are dealing with is energy transition. And I noted that it was mentioned in the opening statements, and we are seeking to transition to renewable energy sources like geothermal, solar, and wind power to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and lower our energy costs. Here in St. Kitts and Nevis, 1 kilowatt is about roughly 60 to 75 cents US, whereas 1 kilowatt from renewable is about 15 to 20 cents US, which means it is a significant drop in the cost to produce energy for us from renewable sources. We are also seeking to advance our geothermal, where we have access, according to studies, to about 1 gigawatt of energy, but we only use about, total across the Federation, about 50 megawatts, which means we would have a large amount of energy to invest or to use in other spheres, such as manufacturing and other areas, to be a source of income for St. Kitts and Nevis for the first time. So we are seeking to become a net energy producer where we can even export some of that energy. This, we know, would help significantly from a perspective of economic development and advancement. We are also seeking to implement wind power. So on this note, I will say that we are now embarking on a major solar farm, which will commence by the end of this year and will produce over about 40% of our total energy needs at this point in time. On the matter of food security, we are working to reduce our reliance on imported food or food imported outside of the region, and to seek to produce as much as we can locally. As such, we are in full support of CARICOM's 25 by 25 agenda. And I know most of the countries across the region, especially in the CARICOM, are on this agenda as well, or have adopted this agenda as well. We are progressing. Of course, there are issues such as climate-induced difficulties, such as drought, changes in soil, the rising of the sea levels and how that is impacting our underground water and so forth. And so, therefore, even implementing this, we can see that climate change is having a tremendous impact, which is costing us significant amount to really seek success along this path. Sustainable industry is another area where we are promoting industries that are environmentally sustainable and economically viable, both in manufacturing and in agriculture as well. Sustainable settlements, where we are developing smart homes being built with climate smart materials to deal with the scourge of climate change. And we are also enhancing urban spaces designed to withstand the impacts of all of these changes that we know well. We are working also, the other pillar is the circular economy, where we are moving towards a zero waste economy by adopting new landfill management systems and promoting recycling. And lastly, social protection, where we are ensuring that every citizen has access to healthcare, education, and social services so that no one is left behind. This transformation is not just the responsibility of the government. It is a collective effort that requires the participation of every citizen. We must all embrace, in our various countries, of course, sustainability as a fundamental part of building resilience, whether it is through conserving energy, transforming or utilizing renewable energy, supporting local production and businesses, or getting involved in community development projects, each of us has a role to play. And I mention these to show that even at the community level, what might seem insignificant, when pulled together, can have a tremendous, tremendous positive impact. So our journey here in St. Kitts and Nevis toward becoming a sustainable island state will not be easy, as will not be easy for you also to implement many of these things and to develop resiliency and sustainability. We will face obstacles and setbacks along the way. The challenges we face, climate change, economic vulnerability, social inequity, and security threats are all real, but they are not insurmountable. Even though the task is daunting, I want to say again that the task is not insurmountable. We can do it as a region. We have been through many challenges and difficulties, and we have survived and we have thrived even under these challenges, from slavery to colonization to independence to charting our own course of saying to the world that we can, and we have demonstrated that as a Caribbean people, as a regional people. With determination, strategic planning, and the collective effort of all citizens, we can overcome these challenges and build a brighter future for our children and grandchildren and generations yet unborn. In the face of these challenges, our St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration has taken a proactive approach. We are not waiting for the storm to pass. We are building the resilience needed to weather it. We are investing in our people, our infrastructure, and our economy to ensure that our nation remains strong and continues to be prosperous. As I stand before you today, I urge each and every one of you to take ownership of our collective future. Resilience is not something that can be imposed from above. It must be built from the ground up. The communities must be brought in. We all have a stake in the future of our various nations, and we must make sure that we do what is necessary to achieve our goals. And therefore, I ask the region to continue to work together, to continue to chart a course where all of us will benefit. Continue to chart a course where, with one voice, we can have a more profound impact as to our unique challenges and our unique opportunities. I ask all of us to continue to make sure that on the regional level, but also on the international level, that these are brought to the fore. And I know as we continue to work together as a region, that all of us would bring to the table what is necessary to make sure that we not only survive, but that we thrive. I will say that the task is daunting, it is challenging, but I know, as I've said before, that we can overcome it. Therefore, I wish this gathering success, and let us come up with practical solutions to our many challenges. We have done it before, we have learned, and we can do even better. Thank you very much for allowing me to share these few thoughts with you, using St. Kitts and Nevis as an example and extrapolating it to the wider region. Thank you very much.
The most pressing issues for our sub-region: climate change. I invite you to consider the first substantive item on our agenda, which is confronting climate change through risk reduction and resilience building in the Caribbean. This session will delve into strategies for risk reduction and resilient building, key elements that are crucial for the safeguarding our economies and communities, particularly in the wake of events such as Hurricane Beryl, which starkly highlighted the vulnerabilities we face. Our esteemed panel of experts will share insights and integrating early warning systems, the role of paramedics, insurance, and other critical measures necessary to enhance the region's resilience against future climate-related threats. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Gloria Joseph, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor, public service reform, and social partnership, entrepreneurship, and small business development from Dominica. I now turn over discussion to Ms. Joseph.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister and Premier. Am I correct?
Premier.
Yes. And good morning to our delegates here. I recognize all the ministers and members of Parliament in the House and all other distinguished invited guests and participants. I also wish to recognize Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre, Minister for Economic Planning, Finance, Climate Resilience, and Social Security of Dominica, who may be joining virtually. The subject matter of climate change, and more so climate disaster, is one which is not far from the conversation of sustainable development of all countries, and in particular that of Latin America and the Caribbean states. Our collective experiences in the Caribbean, recalling the frequency and severity of climate-related disasters within the last decade, is one which is foremost in the mind of all government and other national leaders. Many of us can recall singing the nursery rhyme, "Rain, rain, go away, you'll come back another day." With the multiplicity of hazards we have been subjected to, including hydromet ones, I do not believe that this is one of the nursery rhymes we would like our little ones singing when they come home. For certainly, except for the needs of the rainful fields, if we could obliterate them, we would, as it relates to disasters. The fact remains that we need to seriously confront these hazards, not just with words, but with decisive, affirmative, and collective actions if we are to protect our little Caribbean states. The time is now and the place is here. We cannot, rather we ought not to have talk that produces no clear results. This segment of the CDR hosted by the UN ECLAC addresses preemptive actions which would mitigate the growing impacts of climate change through strategies targeted at risk reduction and resilience building in the Caribbean. I am therefore privileged to present an astute panel of distinguished nationals of the Caribbean region to deliberate on the topic confronting climate change through risk reduction and resilience building in the Caribbean. This resourceful panel comprised the Honorable Frederick Stevenson, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Consumer Affairs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mr. Mark Bino, Assistant Executive Director of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the 5Cs, Ms. Saskia Carusi, Deputy Chief of the Regional Office for the Americas and the Caribbean UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction via pre-recorded video, Mr. Dwight Williams, Senior Manager of the Spatial Planning Division and National Environment. We also have Mrs. Elizabeth Emmanuel, Head of Corporate Communications, Technical Assistance Management Team of SICRIF, who's also joining us virtually. In terms of the order of presentations, the Honorable Frederick Stevenson will address lessons in resilience building from the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Mark Bino will address strategies for building resilience to mitigate the impact of climate change on Caribbean economies. Ms. Saskia Carusi will address integrating early warning systems into Caribbean disaster risk reduction strategies. Mr. Dwight Williams, strengthening planning for reduced environmental impact and improved resilience building. And last, but by no means least, Mrs. Elizabeth Emmanuel will address the importance of parametric insurance and other instruments in facilitating disaster risk management. A generous 7 minutes are allotted to all speakers, and so I will now give way to our first speaker, the Honorable Frederick Stevenson.
Distinguished colleagues, panelists, good morning, everyone. It is an undeniable reality that the Caribbean region is on the front line of climate change. Rising sea levels, shifting weather patterns, and increasingly intense storms are already taking a toll on our economies, environments, and the lives, health, and livelihoods of our people. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is no stranger to these impacts, but the passage of Hurricane Beryl on July 1st, 2024, delivered one of the harshest reminders yet of our vulnerability. The unprecedented concentration of damage per square mile in the affected areas underscored the urgent need for comprehensive risk reduction and resilience planning. Hurricanes Beryl impact on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. On the 1st of July 2024, Hurricane Beryl made landfall on St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a Category 4 hurricane. The ensuing damage was near apocalyptic on some of the Grenadine Islands. Beryl has entered the history books as the first hurricane in recent history to affect our part of the world this early in the hurricane season. Some meteorologists indicate that the only other storm which formed this early in the hurricane season was recorded as far back as 1933. Warming oceans are one of the reasons offered for the changes in the weather patterns. Beryl comes on the heels of major hurricanes in our short-term memory. There was Irma and Maria with equally devastating impacts, which are still felt to this day. To highlight some of Hurricane Beryl's impact on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I highlight three distinct classifications: physical damage, displacement of communities, and livelihoods and economic impacts. Physical damage. A rapid post-disaster assessment estimates that total economic damage from Hurricane Beryl amounts to approximately US $230.6 million, equivalent to 22% of St. Vincent and the Grenadines' 2023 GDP. The majority, 81% of the damage, occurred in the southern Grenadines, particularly Union Island, Mayo, Tanawan, and Palm Island. In the hardest hit areas, almost no building, residential or non-residential, escaped significant or complete destruction. 2/3 of the damage was to buildings, while the remaining third was attributed to infrastructure, including power grids, telecommunications, water networks, entry ports, and coastal defenses. The agricultural sector, although less impacted, suffered notable losses in fishing vessels, livestock, and crops. Displacement of communities. The destruction of homes and infrastructure forced a significant number of residents from the affected islets to relocate to the mainland. The government acted swiftly to provide temporary shelter, and with international assistance, helped displaced families transition to more stable housing arrangements. Many families have since been relocated to apartments while home reconstruction work continues. Livelihood and economic impacts. The near total destruction of the worst affected islets has caused a near complete halt to business activities. These communities, heavily dependent on tourism and fisheries, have seen a dramatic loss in revenue, employment, and productivity. While the final figures are still being assessed, the economic loss is expected to be significant. Lessons in resilience building from Hurricane Beryl. 1. Importance of mitigating vulnerability. The devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl highlights the Caribbean's acute vulnerability to climate change. Risk reduction and resilience building are not only essential for our development, but in many ways crucial for our very survival. Equally important is the continued recognition that transformational risk reduction can only be realized when those with bigger footprints in climate change become better stewards of the environment and graduate from speaking to acting on urgently needed solutions. 2. Strengthening infrastructure. Building codes have been updated over the years, but unlikely with the current weather context in mind. As such, We must now further update and enforce building codes to improve the ability of our infrastructure to endure increasingly intense weather patterns. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our rebuilding efforts after burial are centered on stronger, more climate resilient homes and facilities, ensuring they can better withstand future events. 3, empowering communities for resilience. Citizens must be active partners in resilience building. Homeowners, farmers, and other vulnerable groups, especially women and children, must be educated and empowered to understand climate risk and take steps to reduce them. Social programs must be expanded to support these efforts. So too must the civil society groups be actively engaged and supported. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are implementing workshops and community consultations to enhance local understanding of climate risk and to identify tailored resilience building strategies. 4, sector-specific resilience. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is also conducting resilience assessment in key sectors such as tourism and coastal marine environments. This sectoral approach allows us to identify specific vulnerabilities and develop targeted interventions to mitigate risk and strengthen resilience. 5, improving early warning systems and disaster preparedness. While progress has been made, our early warning systems and disaster preparedness plans still require improvement. The government is collaborating with international partners to enhance infrastructure asset management, update emergency protocols, and complete the hurricane burials post-disaster needs assessment. This process is vital for ensuring that rebuilding efforts are inclusive and address the needs of vulnerable populations. 6, advocacy for global support and climate financing. The Caribbean, though a minor contributor to global climate change, is disproportionately affected by its impacts. Our international advocacy, including at the UN and in climate negotiations, must continue to emphasize the unique challenges faced by small island developing states SIDS. St. Vincent and the Grenadines remain a vocal advocate for climate adaptation, financing, and risk management solutions that reflect the specific needs of the Caribbean nations. In conclusion, the devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl is a stark reminder that Caribbean nations must intensify efforts to build resilience. Climate adaptation and risk reduction must be at the heart of national development strategies, and international cooperation is vital to support these efforts. However, resilience building is not just the responsibility of the government. It requires a whole of society approach. Citizens, civil society, and the private sector must all play their part in creating a climate resilient future for our region. Thank you.
We thank Honorable Stevenson for sharing with us the lessons learned from Hurricane Beryl's impact on his country, particularly referring to the physical damage, the displacement of livelihood, and the economic impact of Hurricane Beryl on the economy. We now move to Mr. Mark Bino, who will speak to us on strategies for building resilience to mitigate the impact of climate change on Caribbean economies. Mr. Bino.
Thanks, Madam Chairperson. All protocols being observed, I will proceed into my presentation. As it is, we speak of de-risking the Caribbean in the face of climate change challenges and the strategies that have been developed therefrom. In my presentation, I intend to look at what is the 5 Cs and how it performs its functions. We look at a tool that we have developed called Sea Coral and its benefits, JStrat, which is one such tool, LiDAR data acquisition, which we are currently conducting across the Caribbean. And what have we learned today before I posit some closing remarks? The Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, it's been in existence for nearly 20 years, but it's still new to some people. So we take every opportunity to ensure that you know what the 5 Cs is. It was an institution that was created to coordinate the response to climate change and to ensure that we all are able to live in a much better society than we would have met it. It has its own juridical personality. That is, it can sign contracts, it can levy for loans, it can go out looking for grants, and in short, it can be able to do these things without having any ministerial or governmental authorization. It has the most comprehensive Caribbean-centric database in the Caribbean, and it coordinates the CARICOM independent states' regional response to the Conference of Parties held annually. Now, what is sea coral? After repeated events of hurricanes, tropical storms, and slow onset events like sea level rise, the Caribbean Climate Online Risk Assessment Tool was created. Now, this tool takes us through a series of iterations to understand the risk we are exposed to from climate change. I am happy to say 2 countries sitting in this room today, St. Kitts and Nevis and Grenada, have instituted and have passed this tool to be used within their PSIP, the Public Sector Investment Program. And no project can go through without it first having this tool. It then provides us with a number of options, none without the necessary financing. So it provides options, and we, analyzing the projects as they come forth, will then have to make a determination as to how we will proceed. But one thing that remains vitally important is financing. It is left up to the analysts to select an option and work with it. And it captures what we call the additionality caused by climate change. Now, this becomes an important concept because if you go to the GCF or any other entity dealing with climate funds, they will tell you that it is not climate change that has caused the destruction of the road. It's the fact that you would have had to repair the road anyway. And so you have to be able to argue your case and show them the additionality caused by climate change. Thus, we are able to demonstrate that what climate change has caused as against what we would have had to done in the past. We can then approach a GCF or other funding streams to fund this additional component of what we call risk-proof, the investment. So if normally we would have built a road 2 feet high or 2 meters high or whatever height we would have taken it, with climate change now posing significant risk, we will go maybe 3 meters high or 3 feet high. So the additionality is that 1 foot difference that we will ask the GCF to fund. We have a new tool that we are currently working on, and the Jamaicans may know of it because it has been in development since 2022, and it should be completed by the ending of this year. It is called JStrat, and we are working with it with the Oxford University. It is an advancement on sea coral, so we call it sea coral 2.0. It builds upon CCOR by identifying hotspots in the country, major infrastructural networks such as energy, water, and transport, and it identifies the most vulnerable to climate risk, ensuring the effective and efficient investment of public and private resources. Given Jamaica's vulnerability to climate shocks, the cumulative cost over the years, and future climate projections, GSTRAT is an important data-driven addition to the analytical toolkit to aid assessment of climate risks. Additionally, its fundamental goal is to help unlock investment in climate adaptation. So we look at what it is the tool can do for us, and then it is taking the approach that we need to adapt better. Again, I come back to the issue of funding, but I'll touch on that later on. And GSTRAT is going through its final phases and then will be rolled out in 3 CARICOM countries, inclusive of Jamaica. The last tool we have is the LiDAR that we are currently looking to use, that we can then move towards the strategy development. The CCC has the only Caribbean LiDAR sensor in the Caribbean. Through a grant from USAID and with assistance from the Caribbean Development Bank, it has rolled out this system in 11 countries. I must hasten to add that 3 of those countries provided additional funding, so we were able to survey the entire country: Barbados, Antigua, and Tobago. The versatility of LiDAR technology is pushing us not only to build back better, a phrase that we all hear of, but to clearly see where we should build and how to do so. So how have we been addressing climate change? After the ravages of Hurricane Ivan in Grenada, the catastrophic events in Dominica in 2017, and the most recent passage of Beryl, which hit both Union Island, Carriacou, brushed Barbados, and then created some havoc in Jamaica, these tools are becoming more and more useful as we go along. We have over 500 million in assistance that we are seeking for the region. And you may say this seems astronomical. It is not, because the center, which was accredited to the GCF in 2015, is now going for accreditation of a higher level, so that if we are to get the medium level accreditation, 500 million is just about 3 or 4 projects coming in to the region. Don't be fooled by the amount. We have secured over 250 million to date for the region, but more needs to be done. In my closing thoughts, I have said climate change is real and is being unrelenting problems to our region. Now, we hear about setting forth strategies. We hear that we need to get more data. The data is there. It might not be perfectly how we want it to be, but we have some data that we can begin to work with. Let us work with that data. We have heard that human resource constraints is a problem. And yes, it may be a problem in some places, but let us use what we have. If we wait until everything is perfect, we may not be around to see the end thereof. We need to stop using jargons that mean very little and pay more attention to the state of our economies. We need to engage as a region. This is a crisis, and we are losing the battle. Lastly, it is imperative that we hold 1.5 as our North Star. Many people may say, why are you still speaking of 1.5? Because the science says to us, when we exceed 1.5, we see what the effects are. We see fires in the US, we see fires in Greece, we see fires in Poland, we see fires in Portugal, and we are beginning to see the effects of climate change. It is not only when it gets past 1.5. The world is not on a trajectory to realize 1.5. But this is the message I'm putting out today, that we need to hold to 1.5, because the minute we start slipping, I don't know where we will end up. Thank you.
Thank you. And we thank Mr. Bino for this passionate this dialogue on the tools that 5Cs brings to us to be able to address the risking. Very importantly, the subject of financing is one that is more urgent, and we do hope that 5Cs gets the accreditation that it requires from GCF to have more fund for responding to climate change events. At this time, I will move to Ms. Saskia Carusi, who will be talking to us on integrating early warning systems in Caribbean disaster risk reduction strategies. Saskia, the floor is yours. I think she may be virtual. Yes. Pre-recorded. So please direct your attention to the monitors. Thank you. Can the technical team let us know if Saskia is coming on, or if not, we move to the other panelist and come back? Thank you. Thank you. All right, so at this point in time, we'll move to Mr. Dwight Williams, Senior Manager of Spatial Planning, the Spatial Planning Division and National Environment. Mr. Williams will speak to us on strengthening planning for reduced environmental impact and improved resilience building.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to make use of those generous 7 minutes, I'll just go right ahead and say all protocols observed. Today, I'll be speaking to you on strengthening planning for reduced environmental impact. Thank you. And improve resilient building. As urban planners, we have to be bold and we have to make bold decisions. And from the get-go, I'm going to say, colleagues, friends, if we are serious about addressing climate change and its impact, I'm going to give us one small charge here today. We need to reduce the use of paper. I am from an environmental agency, and I just want to make the appeal that we can start by saving some trees, right?
Yes.
We're in a digital age, and a lot of things that we know we're creatures of paper and we like to read, and we can't read without paper. But some small changes can make big differences. So that's my first appeal. Let's use less paper. All right. So I'm just going to skip through these. I could just basically go to the recommendations, but in order to get to the recommendations, I want to give you some context and some background because I'm going to make some other bold pronouncements here today. So what's Jamaica's reality? Of course, Jamaica is an island within the Caribbean. And I want to, if I can use a pointer. All right, the pointer will work. I want to just draw your attention to that image to the bottom right. It's really a map of Jamaica, and the dots indicate our major town centers or our parish capitals. And what you can see from the image is that with the exception of Mandeville, Maypen, and Spanish Town, all the other major town centers are located right along the coast. And it is important. It is important from a spatial planning perspective. And I want you to keep that in mind because historically, that's how our towns have been developed from our ancestors. Basically, because of transportation needs, economic needs, the towns were basically developed along the coastline. And of course, if I could share also, the lands along the coast are our the plains which are suitable or prime agricultural lands. To the interior of the island is basically a network of mountains. So I just want you to bear those factors in mind. I was reading recently an article, and it states that approximately 40% of the world's population lives within 100 kilometers or 62 miles off the coast. And that really stood out in my mind. So I went and looked at Jamaica's situation. Jamaica is, in terms of the width of Jamaica, and just bear with me now, I'm going somewhere. The width of Jamaica ranges between 21 and 52 miles, right? So if I'm using the metrics above, it means that all of Jamaica's population is basically living along the coast. And that's really interesting. Most of our major infrastructure, our roads, our airports, our refineries, our industries are located along the coast. The major government services and investments, hospitals, the schools, the administrative centers, the commercial offices are all located along the coast. And as has been indicated earlier, Jamaica is vulnerable to extreme weather events, resulting in significant social, physical, and emotional impacts. I'm preaching to the choir here, but if there's one person here who is not so sure about the impacts of climate change, I just want to highlight one area: rising sea levels. What I want to show here, I'm not sure if you're able to see a yellow line. Can you see a yellow line? The image, the Google image on the left, that's my left. There's a yellow line from a road intersection. So this is Helsha and St. Catherine, right? Popular fish eating destination. You get nice fried fish, festivals. But there's a road intersection, and I have a yellow line, and I measure the distance of 53 meters from that road intersection to the high water mark, right? And that was in 2009, the image on my left. Fast forward to 2024, same intersection, the same 53 meters, and you can now see that that line is now in the water. Climate change, rising sea levels, beach erosion, is real. And there are many examples which I could highlight across Jamaica, but I just chose that one to show what was really happening. And from a broader perspective, the red lines indicate areas in Jamaica currently that are mostly affected by beach erosion. And as seen from the image, the coastline of Portland, again, the St. Catherine area, which I showed earlier, where Helsha is located, all of those areas are seeing in excess of 19% beach erosion. Of course, having said that, there are other areas that have benefited, if you want to put it that way. We have gained in some areas along the coast of St. James and Trelawney. Those areas have seen increase in the beach area. But of course, as a region, it was said several times this morning, we have to find ways to bounce back. So from a planning perspective, what is Jamaica doing and what is the National Environment and Planning Agency doing to deal with those challenges that I have highlighted earlier? The main role of the planning framework is to establish a robust and inclusive spatial planning framework to allow for the sustainable growth and development of Jamaica's natural and built environment. And of course, we have several documents that we have prepared towards achieving these objectives. Of course, we have Vision 2030, which is Jamaica's National Development Plan. We also have the National Spatial Plan. We have our development orders, and the development order is the legal document that is used to guide planning within the country. So it has all the policy guidelines relating to transportation, all the different sectors, housing, agriculture, climate change, energy, and it also have what we call our land use zoning maps. So on those maps, we would have areas that are suitable for the different land uses, and also importantly, are areas highlighted where we consider those areas to be disaster prone, and as such, we may limit development or have those areas designated as no-built zones. And of course, at a lower level, we have what we call our local sustainable development plans, our community plans, and our master plans. And of course, we have several guiding principles that would help in the preparation of these documents. So what is NEPA's role? The Town and Country Planning Act, which is a key piece of legislation that regulates planning, stipulates that the Town and Country Planning Authority, along with key stakeholders, prepare the development orders. NEPA, which is the administrative arm, along with the relevant stakeholders, also prepare local sustainable development plans or master plans. And essentially, these are really geared towards promoting and enhancing sustainable development. And when we speak of sustainability, we have to consider the social, the environmental, and the economical sectors. These documents also serve to inform citizens, developers, investors, and also the planning authorities as to where and how development should occur. It protects citizens from climate-related hazards. It minimizes environmental impact of development. It enhances community resilience. It protects the environmental sensitive areas, and it promotes energy efficiency and resource conservation. So what are some of the key policies of the development orders? Is really, again, to promote sustainability. There's a new thrust now to develop what we call smart compact communities, where we incorporate a lot of technology. Earlier this morning, we heard about AI, and we are trying to have other type of technology to help us in addressing issues related to spatial planning. We also, as our Caribbean neighbors, we want to increase the use of renewables and provide incentives to developers who incorporate these and other related climate change initiatives within their developments. So, for example, we may relax some of the planning guidelines if a developer has incorporated several climate change initiatives or green strategies within their developments. Even though sometimes we're not getting any rain, we also want to stress on the importance of rainwater harvesting and also the use of grey water. A lot of the major developments, we encourage them to use grey water to water the lawns or to do landscaping and so forth. Importantly, also, we are looking at the sponge city concept and also urban farming and urban forestry. For too long, we have gotten the complaints from our residents that our urban centers are very hot and it's a lot of concrete. So what we want to bring back in our urban spaces are urban farming and urban forestries, and that will help with the microclimate of these spaces. As I mentioned before, areas declared as no-built areas or restricted development areas. And really, these are just some examples. I won't go through all of them. We promote sustainable use of materials. For example, our car parks. We are saying to developers, rather than having a paved, impervious surface, we want you to use semi-permeable parking practices, energy efficiency. In terms of wastewater management, not only the benefits of harvesting rainwater really reduces the surface runoff in our public drainage system. So when you harvest the water and retain it on site, it really reduces the risk of flooding into other areas. Of course, we are a Caribbean nation. We want to ensure that our developments utilize as much as possible natural ventilation, natural lighting. Green, you're going to hear me mention a lot about green development as I go through the presentation. And this is where I want to get to now. Of course, the Caribbean region faces significant threats from climate change, given its vulnerability to hurricanes, sea level rise, and other extreme weather events. Addressing these challenges effectively requires a combination of risk reduction and resilient building strategies. So we heard about the early warning system and forecasting earlier. We also want to add that we want to invest in technology. We want to have the communities involved in the early warning system. My colleague, Minister Stevenson, spoke about the building code earlier. We also have building codes where we want our buildings to not only address issues relating to hurricanes, but also earthquakes. We also want to promote flood defenses of our coastal areas. For Jamaica's examples that I highlighted earlier, the two major cities in Jamaica, Kingston and Montego Bay, those are located essentially on the coastline. So we have to look at flood defenses. We have to look at coastal defenses. We want to construct or upgrade seawalls or levees. Our zoning regulations will restrict persons from living in flood-prone areas or along riverbanks. We want to do risk assessment and management, and this involves risk mapping. We spoke about insurance schemes earlier. We want to develop and promote hurricane products that cover climate-related damages for individuals and businesses, and other related insurance premiums for climate-resilient developments and homes. We want the community engagement. We want public awareness. We want training. We want economic diversification. We want to encourage activities, farmers to practice crops that are less vulnerable to hurricanes or drought. Of course, we spoke about financial assistance, project restorations, sustainable agriculture, and most importantly, institutional strengthening and capacity building. And lastly, regional cooperation, shared resources. We want to collaborate with our neighboring countries on cross-border climate change initiatives. And of course, significantly is our knowledge exchange. We want to share the best practices and lessons learned among our Caribbean nations. Here, I just want to highlight or show some pictorials. I spoke about Kingston. Very important city. It's the seat of our government. It has all the major infrastructure. If we're going to continue to experience sea level rise and challenges, we are saying that we need to start looking at storm surge protection. I spoke about smart green areas. Here we want to really revision a lot of our open spaces. We want to, in our master plans, we want to have more green areas for our residents. Not only does it help with the drainage and the microclimate, but it helps with public health. The real proposal on the board, and of course I mentioned that we have to be bold and we have to take bold decisions. We want to regreen all of Kingston, and all the green areas that you're seeing on the image are areas that are existing, and there are some smaller proposed areas. The challenge with Kingston is that the area is already basically built out. So there's a challenge to identify large open space. But what we are proposing to do is to create smaller pocket parks and interconnect those pocket parks with the existing larger green spaces. And along our major corridors also to plant trees for pedestrians to be able to move between each of the green spaces that we create. And these are just some other images. We have existing parks, for example, Mandela Park, but a lot of it is really hard surfaces. What we want to do is to create a greener space for citizens and residents to come and enjoy. I spoke about us being bold. This is a bold recommendation. These are what we call King's House lands, right? And there's a proposal being put forward to use a portion of King's House land as a public park for the citizens. Again, it may not be a popular decision, but the planners are putting it forward as a bold recommendation. If all else fails, ladies and gentlemen, again, we have to be bold. There's a school of thought that all the areas that I showed you earlier, remember that map that I said you should keep in mind with all the major towns? There's a recommendation to relocate all of those major towns with all the infrastructure, with all the investment further inland. But if Jamaica's width is only ranges from 21 to 52 miles, there's so much we can go and no more. And of course, we have the challenges with the mountains. Another bold recommendation is to find a new location for a third city. So we have Kingston and we have Montego Bay, but there's a recommendation now to identify a suitable area to build a third city. And there's a popular saying that if life gives you lemon, you should make lemonade. So if we're going to continue to get water as a challenge, as a Caribbean region, we should start really looking at the floating city concept. We have to build with water, not as an adverse impact, but as some form of potential for development. And ladies and gentlemen, I again would encourage us to, as planners, to be bold in our recommendations and our proposals. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. That was a very enlightening, thought-provoking presentation from NEPA, Jamaica, understanding how we can take precise and decisive actions to protect the environment through spatial planning, not limited to just land, but also looking at the oceans as well, and how we can capitalize on the resources that are provided to us, not looking at them as limitations, though they present challenges, but opportunities. Thank you very much again, Mr. Williams. In terms of the order of presentation, we're having a slight switch around. We will now take Mrs. Elizabeth Emmanuel, Head of Corporate Communication of SICRIF, to talk to us on insurance, including parametric insurance, She is joining us virtually this morning. And finally, for our session, we'll take Saskia Carusi's video presentation after Mrs. Emmanuel. So I ask that we would feast our eyes on the screen and listen to the presentation by Elizabeth Emmanuel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen now, so just give me a moment, please.
She's on. Yes, Liz, you're online, so please proceed. Thank you.
Are you hearing me? I did say good morning and that I was about to share my screen.
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, so I am Elizabeth Emmanuel and I head the CRIF Technical Assistance Manager teams. And I also head the corporate communication teams of CRIF. And I'm going to speak to you on the topic of the panel on confronting climate change through risk reduction and resilience building in the Caribbean, the case of CRIF SPC. One of the things that we know about the Caribbean is that the costs of natural disasters, they have been significant, but they're also increasing. And we have several examples across the Caribbean. We have Ivan, which represented about 200% of Grenada's 2003 GDP in terms of the cost of that disaster. We go to 2017, we had Hurricane Maria, 226% of Dominica's GDP, and we do not yet know what the cost of Beryl was across the Caribbean or specifically to different countries. But lying behind these economic costs are usually the impacts on people, communities, and livelihood. When we think about what we do at CRIF, what we provide is financial protection. And if we look at comprehensive disaster risk management, that includes 5 pillars. For many, many years, and even today, we see countries developing comprehensive disaster risk management policies and really not including that pillar for financial protection, right? And really and truly what you want to do here is to ensure that countries have in place, whether at the sovereign level, whether at the micro level, whether with the private sector, that you have in place resources to respond to disasters after they happen, but planning for those resources before they happen, and knowing what instruments you ought to put in place to allow you to recover faster following a natural disaster. So what we're really referring to is disaster risk financing and the disaster risk financing needs. And there are 2 approaches. There's ex-ante disaster risk financing and ex-post. For many, many years before CRIF came into being, there was a focus on ex-post, where we reorient budgets, we look for external finance, loans, etc., to begin immediate recovery. However, there is a suite of instruments known as risk transfer instruments and other types of finance instruments that are now being employed throughout the Caribbean and indeed throughout the world to help countries better manage natural disasters. So let me talk a little bit about CRIF, formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. We're now known as CRIF SPC. CRIF was prompted by Hurricane Ivan in 2004, which caused billions of dollars of damage throughout the Caribbean, with losses in Grenada and Cayman Islands being about 200% of each of those countries' GDP. Following Ivan, what the governments, the CARICOM heads of governments came together to try to determine if there was a mechanism that could provide them with quick liquidity outside of trying to access what is referred to as debt relief. And many persons, lay people, assume that debt relief is a grant. But debt relief really is a loan that adds to debt stock of countries. And the former Minister of Finance, for example, Omar Davies, in recounting his involvement with the establishment of CRIF, really said that on visiting Grenada following Ivan, he said, no, we cannot have countries taking additional loans. We already high up on our necks in debt. If you take an additional loan, of course, your debt to GDP ratio is going to increase, as well as your ability to advance your development prospects as a country and as a region. So based on studies conducted by the World Bank with support from the government of Japan at the time, the notion that of parametric insurance emerged as the best way for countries in the Caribbean to access quick liquidity following a natural disaster. This led to the birth of CRIF, the world's first multi-peril, multi-country risk pool based on parametric insurance. Indeed, there are 3 other risk pools in the world today which were adapted from CRIF. So CRIF provides short-term liquidity. It does not and has never been designed to cover all losses on the ground, but to provide an injection of quick liquidity to allow countries to quickly begin recovery efforts, support the most vulnerable in their populations, as well as repair infrastructure, etc., that are critical. So CRIF is the Caribbean and Central America's parametric insurance facility and development insurance company, simply because whilst we're a financial institution, and of course we have to make profit because we have to be financially sustainable to make payouts to countries, at the same time we ensure that profit made isn't divvied up among shareholders, but it goes back into our members through whether it is reducing premium costs or developing programs that could reduce vulnerability, and build resilience. So when we think about CRIF, I think I mentioned all that. It is a risk pool, and I will explain that a little bit because that's a very innovative mechanism to allow for reduced costs and access to the capital markets. We provide liquidity within 14 days of an event. We provide insurance products that are not readily available in traditional insurance markets, and we play a key role in closing the protection gap. We are responsive to the multi-hazard environment in which the Caribbean and Central America exists. So today our membership is about 30, having from the original 16 when we opened our doors in 2009. Today we offer membership not just to sovereign states, of which we have 23 in the Caribbean and Central America, but we also have electric utility companies, water utility companies, as well as a recent tourism attraction from the Cayman Islands. So, and we have products for all of these. We have 6 parametric insurance products for tropical cyclone, earthquake, excess rainfall for the water and electric utility sector. For the electric utility sector, it is specifically for transmission and distribution, and the fishery sectors, and that's compared to 2 when we originally started. We became a segregated portfolio company in 2014, which has allowed us to provide coverage to other geographic regions outside the Caribbean and to offer new products for additional perils as well as for additional sectors. We are segregated, and as a risk pool, what we're able to do is to segregate risk. We don't want to commingle Caribbean risk and Central America risk, right? Because then the cost profile changes. So we keep all the risks separate. We keep the risk of the electric utility separate. But what we're able to do as a risk pool is to take all of those risks, to take a full package to the reinsurance market. So we're able to pull everything together and go to the reinsurers. And then what that allows us to do is to be able to access lower levels of reinsurance costs. In fact, in the face of countries and regions and companies not getting insurance capacity, so you'll see that our housing insurance is going up, or car insurance, because they're not giving reinsurance, they're not selling insurance companies insurance as the reinsurers. We actually have been able to even further reduce our cost to countries this year because our cost of reinsurance went down because of the notion of us being a development insurance company. Since 2007, CRIF has made 75 payouts to 20 of its members, totaling $358.5 million US. And I want to repeat that our payouts are not designed to cover all losses on the ground, but an injection of quick liquidity. So following Beryl, all of those checks you're seeing going to communities and to rebuilding from governments, many of those represent the CRIF payout to these countries. So we continue to provide increasing coverage. So for example, we provide coverage of over 1 billion. We have provided coverage over 1 billion, about 1.2, 1.3 billion to our members in the last 4 years. Well, the coverage keeps increasing. And we continue to improve our models. One of the things that we do not sell is really a cat in the box. We sell our parametric insurance models are considered state-of-the-art globally. And because we're built on the notion of continuous improvement, these models keep being enhanced or improved. And just so that you know very quickly, when we talk about parametric insurance, it's very different from indemnity insurance. What it does is that it covers the probability of a predefined event happening instead of indemnifying losses, and pays according to a predefined set of indicators that a country chooses prior to the event. It insures a policyholder against the occurrence of a specific event by paying a specific amount based on the magnitude of the event, so hurricane wind speed, as opposed to the magnitude of losses. It's able to make a payout upon the occurrence of a triggering event, and it is detached from a specific asset on the ground. Therefore, your payouts can be used to do or deal with the most pressing issues. It makes payments based on the intensity of an event and the amount of loss calculated in a pre-agreed catastrophe model caused by these events. So therefore, what we're able to do is to prepare specific data-rich risk profiles for each country that could actually be used beyond risk profiling, beyond CRIF, the use for CRIF, but countries can use it, for example, in their development planning and their spatial planning, for example. We represent a cost-effective way to pre-finance short-term liquidity to begin recovery efforts. The coverage purchased through CRIF is between 35 and 50% less, right? Your premium than if you try to access the international capital markets on your own. And many of our small island states may not be able to do that on your own. We are able to make payouts of up to 150 million per peril per country. Some countries, of course, because of fiscal constraints, countries do not purchase that level. Most of our countries do not purchase that level of coverage. I want to share with you this very quick diagram and what the notion of closing the liquidity gap is. What a liquidity gap is simply is a need for resources once you have a natural disaster. You quickly need cash, but everything is usually closed down, right? Your tax office isn't there. Many governments do not have large amounts of money sitting in the central bank reserves to deal with the kinds of costs that emerge following a disaster. So you have emergency response immediately after, but then there is this period, 2 weeks to maybe 6 months, that you need to begin recovery. And this is where CRIF fits in. But you also have long-term infrastructure and reconstruction needs that goes beyond the CRIF payout, which could be larger. So what we're suggesting is that in the face of a change in climate, the multi-hazard environment in which we exist, countries really need to focus on this notion of risk layering. What are the instruments available to you? What are the instruments you need? And remember, things like risk transfer is beyond adaptation and mitigation, and we need to get that clear. It does not replace your thrust in disaster risk management or disaster risk mitigation, climate change adaptation. After doing all of that, you may have to transfer the additional risk. And this is where these instruments come into play. CRIF sits at the top. So as the Minister of Finance in Jamaica once said, It's not for the little rain that fall and you get a little flooding and you think, okay, my insurance must trigger. No. CRIF sits at the top for high impact events, but whereby the probability of those events are lower. So occurring once every 10 years, once every 20 years, etc. As I said before, 75 payouts, 20 members. We see the graph there. Immediate post-disaster needs account for 62% of the use of payouts, 14% for long-term infrastructure. Some countries have used payouts to support economic sectors. Following Hurricane Matthew in 2016, St. Lucia used their payout under their excess rainfall policy of $3.8 million specifically for their banana industry and small farmers. On the left, there is a table which shows the 10 payouts that CRIF would have made following Hurricane Beryl, totaling, I believe, I think it was $75 million. We also had a payout to Guatemala in June of this year at the very start of the hurricane season. So these are the payouts: St. Vincent, Grenada, Nawassa in Grenada, which is the water utility, Grenlec in Grenada, which is the electric utility, received payouts. The government of Grenada for its tropical cyclone rainfall and its fisheries policy. Trinidad and Tobago received, Tobago specifically. Trinidad has their policies they have one policy for tropical cyclone for Trinidad, one for Tobago because of the different risk of both islands, and therefore their policy for Tobago was triggered, their tropical cyclone. For Beryl, Jamaica, tropical cyclone, Jamaica for XSR, Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center, their policy was also triggered for tropical cyclone, and these values are in US dollars. What CRIF has been doing to be able to respond to the needs of the Caribbean, the multi-hazard environment, as well as climate change, is to utilize its base products of tropical cyclone and excess rainfall and create products to respond to the needs of sectors. So utilizing our tropical cyclone and XSR, we're able to create a product incorporating the exposure values for Nawassa, for water utility companies to be able to access parametric insurance. Our coast product for fishery sector, again, utilizing the tropical cyclone and XSR policy to create a specific product for the fishery sector. For the electric utilities, we utilize our tropical cyclone, which is based on wind, to provide a policy for transmission and distribution. Now, CRIF is a strategy for loss and damage, as has been articulated by the UNFCCC. We know if we agree that loss and damage refers to the impacts of climate change that occur despite mitigation and adaptation efforts, we know this. We know that because of the frequency, intensity, unpredictability of these hydrometeorological events, parametric insurance is a very strong case for parametric insurance to address loss and damage. What we're able to do at CRIF is, for example, parametric insurance. We can help key sectors better manage their growing losses. We can support vulnerable groups through the introduction of microinsurance products. But what parametric insurance does is that it addresses more than physical damage to assets and infrastructure. It provides an effective solution for economic exposure. We make payouts quickly, right? And it can immediately support members to get back on their feet again. It can address business interruption. Whilst our electric utility companies are private in many cases, in many countries, or privately owned, accessing electric utilities is a public good. It drives economic development. It's important for us to be able to recover as fast as possible from an event. So we have new products in development. I'm just going to throw up this slide. I'm not going to go through it. I heard the presenter from NEPA in Jamaica speak about accessing or creating new products. There is a lot of knowledge there at CRIF in terms of product development. Let's not utilize resources that we do not have. Engage with us because we are developing microinsurance products for vulnerable groups such as farmers, fishers, day laborers, seasonal tourism workers, market vendors, MSMEs. So we have models, we have data, engage with us. We're looking at products for housing. We are about to launch a flood product to address the needs of larger countries such as Suriname and Guyana, but also address the issue of international waters. I mean, that's rivers, of course, start in one country, flood out another country, as is in the case in some Central American countries. We're looking at perils such as sargassum. We are launching a product for drought, and we recognize the issues with government infrastructure in that a lot of government infrastructure across the region needs to be, I think decommission is the wrong word, but when you think of some of our hospitals and some of our fire stations and police stations, they don't access insurance, but they are oftentimes damaged. Insurance also provides a benefit to build back better and build back stronger. So you were damaged, you get a payout, you can use that to build back better so that in the event of another hazard, another disaster, that particular piece of infrastructure is not damaged. And I think a great example of building back better is Dominica's airport. Damaged during during Erica 2 years before, built back better, stood up to Hurricane Maria, right? So one of the other things, the final thing I want to remember is that I want to place on the table is the endorsements that CRIF is adding to its policies. And this represents almost a game changer for loss and damage. And when we talk about an endorsement in a policy, we're looking at, let's think of a regular insurance policy. Let's think of it as, you know, you have a regular health insurance policy, but because you're a woman, they add an endorsement in case you get breast cancer, right? So we have a tropical cyclone policy, XSR policy, we're adding endorsements to these policies. And one of the big endorsements is something called the RSIC, which is the reinstatement of some insured cover. When Guatemala got its payout this year of 6.6 million for the rainfall event, it got that payout within days of its new policy, which started on June 1. It got a full payout. So the event was significant enough to fully pay out its policy. And like major medical, it went into RSIC, which means that we were able to reinstate the full coverage to give them coverage till the end of the year, maybe for one other event, 3 other events that may take place, up to the coverage limit of 6.6 million. This is a game changer because what it allows us to do is to be able to take into account the increasing frequency and intensity of these hydrometeorological events. And it's a minute cost, right? We have some others. For tropical cyclone, we are recognizing that there are losses are being concentrated in these really small sections of a country. Freak storms, freak flooding. We have added an endorsement called the Localized Damage Index. We've also added something called a wet season trigger, whereby you can have days of rain. It's not going to trigger any policy as yet, but then because your soil is saturated and you have, let's say, another day of rainfall, not enough to trigger you, or let's say it's been raining slightly for a week, soil getting saturated, and then you have a huge downpour of rain and you have land slippage and so on. We're looking at that and we have added an endorsement to address that. So this is basically me. I'll stop here because I know I've gone beyond my minutes, but to say that as a risk pool, it's an important factor in how we're able to support our countries and how we're able to help them access parametric insurance at lower prices, but also allow These also allow even others to participate in the risk pool that we have. So if UN ECLAC wants to provide some coverage for something, you can get a segregated portfolio. Anybody can get a segregated portfolio within the risk pool and benefit from what, access to our models, access to building a new product, as well as access to lower reinsurance costs. So we promise you that we are committed to building resilience in the Caribbean and Central America. So thank you very much. And once again, I do apologize for my inability to be in Port of Spain. Thank you.
And we say thank you to Mrs. Emmanuel for sharing that information with us regarding Chris interventions in a post-disaster situation, and of the many products, including the micro insurance products that you have developed to be more responsive to the region. And I beg your indulgence for one last intervention by Saskia Carusi via video, and that will bring down the curtains on this segment of the panel discussions.
An incoming chair of the CBC, as well as the background and all the honorable participants of the committee continuing. Thank you very much for the invitation to the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDR, to contribute to the 8th meeting of the Caribbean Development Roundtable. I wish to start my panel expansion by reminding the unprecedented hurricane variable have demonstrated the importance of effective multi-hazard early warning systems to save lives. It has entered history books as the strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic Ocean during the months of June. The occurrence of such powerful storms early in the season was inevitable as climate change continues to create more extreme weather events. However, what is not inevitable is that people should die or suffer because of these weather events.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Saskia Carusi for shedding more light on the dialogue on climate change and how we can be more resilient and how we can recover effectively. We have managed our time very well, I think, Diane. We're down to the last few minutes, to the half hour of 12, and it leaves me no other choice but to say thanks to Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar Zirinac. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
Okay, I tried. And to Diane Qualis, who is Director of the Sub-Regional Headquarters for UN ECLAC, to our very distinguished panel who proved themselves here today with important knowledge sharing and sensitizing us to the need to take action, whether it's through early warning systems, experience of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, or it is on the risk side, the risking, or it is on the insurance side, or the early warning systems initiative. I want to thank each one of you for your insight, your knowledge, and in sharing your information. And thank you to the team here of participants who so well listened and took mental notes and other notes. We thank each one of you for being part of this panel discussion. I'm Gloria Joseph, and I really wish to thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your behalf, I want to say thank you to Ms. Joseph for so ably leading us through this session. Thank you very much. And all is left for me to do is to invite you for lunch. Lunch is at 12:30, and you're all invited. And we return here at 10 minutes to 2 for a session at 2 o'clock. So lunch is available. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very good. Very good session. Yeah.
Dominic,
Thank you very much. Very good.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vincent and
Thank you very much. Thank you. If I have money, I will quote you. Very good. Absolutely good. And most of, quite correct. Most of our show, our Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know after lunch how you feel, but it's all right. We're back in session, and I'm hoping that this session will be as interesting as the one before. I'm putting them to the test. We're now starting a new session which speaks to the operationalization of the multidimensional vulnerable index, addressing data needs. And of course, we welcome back the afternoon our panel on the topic. As you know, the General Assembly of the United Nations recently adopted the resolution approving the establishment of the MVI. As we now move forward, operationalization, the index, the quality and availability of data will be pivotal. We must now explore ways to bridge the data gaps that exist within our sub-region, ensuring that the MVI is robust. It's a robust tool for advancing our development goals. This afternoon, I'm very pleased to invite our moderator, Mr. Sheldon Nichols, former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and former senior financial sector expert at the IMF, to guide us through this important discussion. Mr. Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and may I say all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also welcome you to the second panel, which addresses an issue that is of critical importance to the Caribbean region, and I dare say also Latin America. There's been a considerable body of work on the development of this index by various institutions, of course, including the UN, the Commonwealth Secretariat at some point, and the Caribbean Development Bank, all with a special focus on the challenges of SIDS, a small island developing states. Work on the conceptual underpinning has advanced, of course, considerably with the MVI multi-dimensional index, which has been managed by the UN high-level panel. And we now at the stage where there is, in fact, a tool, a fairly comprehensive and quantitative tool for assessing structural vulnerabilities in and resilience across three core dimensions: economic, environmental, and social. So the new MVI index offers, I think, a country rating index and a vulnerability resilience country profile. One observation I would make at the start of this is that this profile to me can be something a bit of an add-on, and we may need to see to what extent we can move beyond just a profile as well to a more significant diagnostic assessment tool. And that's something that I'm going to also raise in the context of the panel, right? We have assembled a very distinguished panel. We have Ambassador Webson, who will address the way forward in implementing the index. Mr. Jason Cotton from the Caribbean Development Bank, who would look at prospects for operationalizing the MVI. Mr. Richard Harris, who would look at the multidimensional data gaps. Mr. Abdullahi, I never pronounce his name right, so I like to call him Abdul, right? So who would look at making that index work for the Caribbean region, right? There's some urgency with this, and that hopefully at the end of the presentations, which I think should go for about an hour or so, we would open the workshop to the panel to some questions. There's one other person who will be joining the panel, Miss Anya Thomas, and she would actually be doing this virtually. So without much ado, let me invite the first person, a very, very notable ambassador who's done a tremendous amount of work in this area to address you. Thank you. Over to you, Ambassador. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sheldon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone. All protocol observed. I would not attempt to go through the list of distinguished ambassadors, premiers, and ministers, but please, I observe the protocol that was established this morning. Mr. Chair, I'll be a little bit more than the 7 to 10 minutes, as I, of course, reading some of my notes by Braille, but I will also take the group through in some contexts where we are and how we got to where we are with the MVI, and then I will address the question of data in closing. But, Mr. Chair and colleagues, excellencies, let me begin by first of all thanking those of you who participated at the recently concluded SIDS-4 conference in Antigua and Barbuda. All of us who were present and took part left SIDS-4 with a great feeling of optimism, quite excited, and we felt renewed in terms of the promise of SIDS-4. According to my friend, Ambassador Francis, the President of the General Assembly, who incidentally ends his term as president as we speak today, and I mean as we speak. He will be handing over this afternoon, and I am here, so I went to see him on Thursday before I came, and one of the things he said to me, SIDS-4 was not just a success for Antigua and Barbuda, but a proud moment for CARICOM. So all of us, as we left there, a few weeks after SIDS-4, we were back in the saddle working to try to bring closure, as you know, to the vulnerability index. A new era was born coming out of this event, and we from SIDS-4 had promised the members of SIDS from Abbas, the Antigua-Barbuda agenda for small island developing states, or for SIDS, we had promised a new era, and that was what we left on the table, leaving Antigua. Now, further, as we worked our way, we found that in August, on August 13th, the United Nations General Assembly passed, for the first time, we passed the resolution that was long in coming, a resolution that we had been, that the SIDS community had started to work on the multi-vulnerability index many decades before we joined, and a resolution that we took up with some new vigor in 2020 and moved it forward during our leadership. And my apologies for having my phone on. I need to take it off. As we took the leadership and the resolution was passed in August, this too was a moment of excitement and a new moment, because within the month of passing, shortly after we passed SIDS, shortly after we left Antigua with Abbas, you know that we were rudely and strongly reminded as we faced the fury of Hurricane Barrow and the damage that this hurricane did, as you've heard this morning, to many of our brothers and sisters, and with whom we stand in solidarity. But this was a reminder, a reality check of the struggle that we face as small island developing states in the Caribbean and elsewhere, daily just about. You would not know, but just before SIDS-4, the weekend before the conference opened, we had a flash flood in Antigua and Barbuda that gave me heart palpitations, and I wondered if I would survive, because we almost had the conference washed out by flash floods. Another reminder, and as Dennis Francis said to me, he followed that and he said, you know, it's a difficult thing, I'm sure, Aubrey, and they're facing, but it's a good thing that they see that we're not joking when we say, this is the reality, this is what we live with daily, and this is what we do, and that's why SIDS-4 became so important. So the question before us is how best to harness the means of implementation of this document in support of growth and sustainable development, to effectively mobilize the necessary finance for investment in resilience. In our region, this challenge is real, and our environmental challenge is real, and we had to find ways, and we believe that the multi-vulnerability index is one of the tools to use. Now, we have always said, and we always see the MVI not as a standalone tool, but a tool that will be used in collaboration with existing tools, because we believe that the existing tools, we have said, are not good enough and does not give the picture enough, particularly when you're recovering from shocks. We are aware that in the region, debt servicing costs accounts for over 40% of government revenue. The Caribbean's inability to substantively access climate concessional funds or grant funding for resilience building and economic restructuring, it further exacerbates our development dilemmas. The MVI is a tool that has been long in coming. It has taken us almost 30 years. Now it is here. And now, therefore, working in several years with a number of agencies. And what we did, we brought in a number of international partners to give advice. We brought in regional partners like the Caribbean Development Bank, working very closely to help us to shape this. So this was not done from the top up, only by a UN agency. And I think that is very important to understand, because we believe people, the grassroots in their countries must understand that the strategies that we at the UN are fighting for and working to put in place at the national level. The MVI is a new international qualitative benchmark to measure structural vulnerability and the lack of resilience across multiple dimensions for sustainable development at the national levels. It can be used to complement the GNI per capita or GDP. We now have an instrument, we believe, that it's authentic, and can be used to capture the true multiplicity of vulnerabilities that we face. We believe that the MVI will capture the picture that shows the challenges that we are facing when we speak about recovery and reconstruction. It covers economic, environment, and social. It consists of two levels: a universal level of quantitative assessment of structural vulnerability and resilience using a common methodology for all developing countries, which is presented via summary index, which that you will find in the document. Then you have what we call the VRCP, and that's another measurement that a more detailed, tailored, and individualized characterization of a country's vulnerability and resilience factors, including non-structural resilience. These national profiles prepared by the individual countries themselves, and I think that's very important. The adoption of the MVI speaks to a forward-thinking international community change, one that is ready to transcend outdated models, and one that says we can work together here. I want to just give you a quick snapshot of how the high panel came about it, and then I want to spend a few minutes on data. The multi-dimensional, the panel used 6 methods so that you understand. The first was multi-dimensional vulnerability index is universal in measurement that accurately captures all developing countries so that it is not just SIDS. I think that's really important to show, because many people, when we were negotiating this, were trying to tie it down to a SIDS data. SIDS can't just be measured against SIDS. And that's one of the reasons why we brought it to make it to be a broad document that covers all SIDS. And that can be all developing countries, sorry. As one who participated in this process, I am very, very satisfied that we have a tool that is robust and is fit for purpose. Let me just run through these points now, as I said. So the first thing that the panel looked at was multidimensionality, and that means that the MVI should not just cover a single dimension of vulnerability, but instead it should be adequate, and it should start at least environment, economic, and social dimensions of vulnerability. The next thing they looked at in building this is universality, that the MVI must include all countries of regardless, and the categories were designed to measure vulnerability of all countries, and I know we had some challenges with that. Then they looked at exogeneity. The MVI should should be I'm sorry, should they be distinguished between exogenous and inherited factors? Again, this was very important to the group because many times some of the factors that we thought were developed were not necessarily external shocks. They might have been related to internal conflicts, etc. Then availability. The MVI should use available and recognized comparable and reliable data. And I took my time over that because I think that's where the data question is critical. And we in SIDS know the challenge we have. It should be read, and then the next thing we spoke of and pushed forward was readily, if you might say, readability. The MVI should be clear and easy to be understood, and avoid redundancy. The principles seek to ensure that the intervention and assistance in the MVI enables targeted and productive this index so that we can use it in any circumstances with reliable, qualified, and quantifiable data. Let me spend the next few minutes speaking a little bit about data. We have a long way to go in SIDS for accurate data. Accurate data is essential, as you know, for credibility and effectiveness of the MVI. As it tells us the story of vulnerabilities and resilience our countries face. However, data gaps pose significant challenges. And we ran into that, especially when we were developing the information in the formulation of it. The question is, where should we, the question we ask is, after 30 years, do we just give up? Should we just say that the NVI as a document isn't yet finalized? Well, we know that the MVI has a lot of work to be done over time, but we're putting it there to be tested by the UN agencies and by NGOs, because we believe that my saying is, you can't, people say don't throw the baby with the bathwater. I say don't destroy don't seek for perfect by destroying the best imperfect that you have. They tell me, Churchill said, democracy is not the best, is not the greatest thing, but it's the best thing we have. The MVI is the best tool we have for to assess multi-vulnerability. In establishing the MVI, the UN high-level panel provided our key criteria to ensure robustness and stability, and I just wanted to give you those. Data availability was number one. The indicators must have the publicly available data for all developing countries, so that we weren't just picking out for some countries, it had to be for all. Data quality, emphasizing that it is on using high quality data to ensure that the MVI's reliability is of course good. The indicators selections is good. Then transparency, the relationship between vulnerability, resilience, and indicators must be clear and be and the rationale must be detailed and dependable. The indicators acceptability, indicators chosen should lead to acceptable and comprehensive use. The MVI and to maintain consistency, the panel also followed specific rules of engagement. The UN data prioritization, that is UN data should be prioritized so that in order that we believe you get the best quality data. Limited missing values indicators with excessive missing values, we do not, and we ran into this where there were good points but information was not available. And if you're missing too many, you could not use it as reliable. The MVI will be computed even for all countries with the same type of data, so that again we wanted to make sure in order to address some of these data challenges and the data gaps, the MVI resolution proposed the following. Capacity building. We know that is a major need in the developing countries, and particularly in SIDS. And we want the investing in training programs and technology to enhance local statistical data collection capabilities. And this is the UN system. We will be looking towards this. We understand the UN system has some resources. We'll be working with the Statistical Commission that was to help as well. And that's very important to some of the UN members as they put it forward. The UN we believe will allocate resources to assist in this process. The SIDS Center of Excellence. Some of you who were in Antigua heard a lot about the Center of Excellence and the Global Data Hub which will be housed in there. And we will use that to leverage technologies and support from the private sector to bring that into the mix in working with members. We were speaking today about big data and AI and the using satellite and so on. The private sector should be able, we hope, to add this to the support to small states in helping us to get data properly. We will finally foster greater collaboration between international organizations, local government, and civil society to harmonize and share data effectively in the Caribbean and in other SIDS. We will offer training on the utilization of non-traditional data sources, including social media analysis, and we were speaking about that just at lunchtime. We will use that crowdsourcing data and, of course, private sector data. We will conduct regular assessment and update to improve data collection methodologies and addressing gaps promptly. We're expecting that our friends at OHILS and DESA will develop indicators, and therefore we will have to train people on those systems as well. The MVI is a crucial tool in understanding and addressing the vulnerability faced by developing countries, but in particular, the vulnerability faced by SIDS, and therefore available quality of data is going to be most important while addressing existing gaps. This is essential for the index credibility and effectiveness. By implementing comprehensive solutions to enhancing data collection and quality, we can improve our statistical capabilities and resulting in a more accurate capture of our vulnerabilities and resilience. The next few months are crucial and critical period as we work towards the implementation and use of this tool. For the Caribbean Developing Bank and the UN developing systems. They will complete, and we hope they will begin to do testing, and we hope complete and be able to report back. The World Bank's evolution roadmap that now takes into account vulnerability will greatly help and complement how the MVI is applied, and the OECD strategic approach to the MVI is fundamental. Is fundamental given the OECD's now thinking of integrating vulnerability into its development assistance framework. We, as SIDS in the Caribbean, as SIDS in the Alliance of Small Island States, we would work together with the UN system and with the private sector to make sure that SIDS, with working with the MVI and Abbas, finds a realistic home so that the work can be truly moved forward. The next 10 years must not be just ticking boxes. It must be transformative and create a new way of assessing and providing financial support in assessing challenges that we face at small islands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Ambassador Weston, as usual, has given a very, very detailed and comprehensive presentation of this index. I mean, the important criteria in terms of underpinning its development, but I think more importantly, the kinds of issues that need to be tackled when we deal with data, the data availability issue, the data quality, transparency, key elements that we need to be sure about to be able to move the process forward. What is interesting as well about his presentation is the fact that to develop that data, there needs to be a range of accompanying actions relating to capacity building, training programs, technology. I was very heartened to hear him talk about the use of artificial intelligence and some of the new technologies to help with the development of data in the region. And of course, his important sort of closing statements on the need for key partnerships with the OECD, with the World Bank and others to see that this becomes a reality so that we don't spend another 30 years really operationalizing the index. So thanks again. I think this deserves another round of applause for what I think has been really very excellent, very excellent presentation. I'll move next to Mr. Jason Cotton. All right. And I think he would need the pointer, please, the pointer. Thank you. And Jason would do his presentation on prospects for operationalizing the MVI index. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I observe the protocols already well established in this meeting. And I just would like to thank ECLAC for inviting the CDB to participate and the opportunity to share on prospects for operationalizing the multidimensional vulnerability index. So I'm just waiting for my slides to be loaded. Okay, thank you very much. So, you know, the brief thoughts I'd share today really cover three main things. It covers, you know, some of the options that the Caribbean Development Bank is considering in terms of operationalizing the multidimensional vulnerability index, some of the challenges in this process and the way forward. And just to begin, I want to say that the Caribbean Development Bank has a long history in looking at vulnerability and resilience, particularly within the Caribbean region. We've started work on this. Our earliest work goes back to the year 2000. That's more than 2 decades we've been working at this. And in the recent past, we've developed, over the last 2 years, we've developed very close partnerships that I would like to acknowledge that I think has really served us well as we've continued on this journey. Ambassador Webson, the permanent representative for Antigua and Barbuda, has been a very strong partner. UNDESA would be speaking shortly. They have also been a very strong partner. The Resident Coordinator's Office for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, we've also had a very strong partnerships with them. And there are other partners. These are not an exhaustive list, but it definitely shows that when we work together that, progress can be made. The slide doesn't seem to be right. Yes, it's well adjusted now. Ambassador Webson really laid a very useful context in terms of the background work and why this work on the MVI was important. So for the sake of time, I'm going to skip this slide and go to the other slide. Oh, thank you. And many persons would be familiar, and Ambassador Webson laid the context here, but this just shows us what the multidimensional vulnerability index seeks to measure. It seeks to measure relative vulnerability and resilience across the three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental. And for each of those dimensions, it seeks to capture core concepts, 18 core concepts related to each of those dimensions, and then proxy indicators are related to each of those core concepts. So that just explains very neatly the framework. Now, as I mentioned, the Caribbean Development Bank has been working on including vulnerability and resilience in its operations for a long time. The earliest set of work, and we already utilize economic vulnerability, which was the predecessor to the multidimensional vulnerability index in our operations. So currently in our operations, countries that are eligible for concessional finance, eligibility currently is determined by a country's gross national income. However, when we're determining the allocation or the amount of resources that a country gets access to, that is determined by a formula. And the formula on this slide has two broad components. One, a set of indicators look at the country's need, and the second set of indicators look at the country's performance. And when we're assessing country need, there's a vulnerability component in the existing formula. Now that formula looks at the economic vulnerability index, but what we're exploring now is, given the progress on the work that has been made in the multidimensional vulnerability index, is it possible that this multidimensional vulnerability index, which includes social and environmental dimensions that goes beyond the economic vulnerability index, can this be included in our performance-based allocation system? And in terms of the prospects for operationalizing the multidimensional vulnerability index, we're in a process of discussion on various options. And these may not be the only options because the process and the negotiation, which I'll speak a bit more about, is ongoing. But the possibilities include, well, perhaps the multidimensional vulnerability index could be used some way to influence country eligibility. And eligibility just speaks to which countries have access to these resources. Another possibility is perhaps the multidimensional vulnerability index could be used to influence country allocation. And allocation just speaks to how much resources do eligible countries have. Another dimension or possibility is that we can use it both in eligibility and allocation. And fourthly, it could be used for analysis and decision making. So what that means is that when the bank is doing its country engagement strategies, which informs over a 5-year period how the CDB will engage in a borrowing member country, perhaps this vulnerability analysis could shape the design of that country engagement strategy. Or perhaps when we're doing our policy-based loans, which is budget support, we can use this analysis from this multidimensional vulnerability index to again design these policy-based loans. And I think what's important here is that this decision is not solely based on the bank's management. This is really a consultative process that has started. The bank is in discussion with its shareholders, both borrowing member countries and non-borrowing member countries, about these options, and there may be other options that may come up as to what are the implications of these very prospects and the feedback from them. Now, this process of discussion, I should also say, is occurring within a broader context of a negotiation for a special development fund. And the special development fund is the resources that are used to finance our most concessional lines. So these discussions began early this year. In January. We expect them to continue towards the end of this year, and possibly it may go into the first quarter of 2025. So these discussions are ongoing and very much active as we speak. So just to speak a bit about challenges in the process, and I just want to say that the challenges I'm speaking about are challenges not only we've encountered in our own process of exploring how we can use the MVI, but challenges that we've heard as we spoke to other IFIs and had discussions with statistical offices. And the first one is really building consensus among IFIs on how to use this MVI. I mean, Ambassador Webster said it, there are varying perspectives. Some persons think that the MVI makes progress on the economic vulnerability index. Based on the evidence so far, it seems to be capturing elements of development that are not in gross national income. And as a result, we can start there. It's not perfect. And consider it as a living index, something that will be improved over time, and we can start to utilize it now. But there's another school of thought that says, perhaps the best application is in analysis, but in a rule-based formula, perhaps we should wait a little bit, test the MVI some more before we start to utilize it. So there are varying schools of thought. Another challenge is data constraints for some Caribbean islands. For us, one of the things we've been really grappling with is how to ensure that all of our borrowing member countries are included in whatever metric that we utilize. And that includes 5 Caribbean overseas territories. It includes the Montserrat, it includes the Anguilla, the British Virgin Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands, and the Cayman Islands. And so what we've been grappling with is, how best to ensure that we have the data to ensure that all of our borrowing member countries have the opportunity to benefit from a possible application of the MVI. Another challenge is a potential trade-off. And the potential trade-off really speaks to, let's assume that the concessional resource pool remains the same or is reduced. That could mean that, there are some countries that may benefit more or less. Of course, this potential trade-off goes away if you have more resources, but that's a challenge. Another challenge that we've been looking at the bank is the fact that this climate change phenomenon portends more severe and frequent disasters in the future. And some of the ideas that we've been thinking about is, as we continue to look at vulnerability and resilience, is how can we perhaps, one of the challenges with indexes is by nature, they are static, they're backward looking. Many times the data we use is at least 2 years dated when we're utilizing it. So we've been kind of thinking about, can we also think about vulnerability and resilience in a more forward-looking way, in a way that is more dynamic, and consider other factors, for example, internal resilience capacity, recovery duration. These are ideas that we've been thinking about in the bank. And I just want to acknowledge, we have Dr. Shelton Nichols here. He has played a key role in that, as well as Dr. Jean Leon in the audience there. I mean, they have been very instrumental in, shaping some of our thinking on on, vulnerability in this kind of futuristic way. And I want to make a special plea here today to say that, we are still at an early stage at looking at some of these other dimensions of vulnerability, but we have some initial thoughts on, empirical approaches. And at some point in time, we would appreciate thoughts or support continued partnership as we continue to not only utilize the MVI, but continue to think about vulnerability and resilience. So those who may be interested in hearing more about this work, please feel free to reach out to me. And the last challenge is the increased effort to strengthen statistical offices. So colleagues, as I close, I just want to end by saying that for us, the UN adoption of the MVI provides a very strong platform for the operationalization of the MVI, particularly in terms of the work that we've been doing. CDB remains very committed to this process. We remain committed as well to continuing the partnerships that we have and look for additional partnerships as we continue to explore how we can better incorporate the ideas of vulnerability and resilience in trying to ensure that our borrowing member countries achieve their development objectives. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jason, and very well said on some of the issues. I mean, a bit of the highlight of your presentation is, of course, the question of the challenges and how you try to navigate these challenges, the questions of building consensus, the significant data constraints that remain for very small countries in the Caribbean space, BVI, Turks and Caicos, amongst that. How do we build data capacity in those arenas? The very important question forward looking, because the current indices are still backward looking, they are static. Those of us who've done the mathematics, etc., of these indices understand that. And I agree that it's a good place to start, but we also have to think about the future. And we also have to see how we really effectively deal with the question of resilience, the lack of resilience, not just as an add-on, but fundamentally a part of this. The ambassador mentioned it, and it's an important step to take forward. So thanks for these very useful perspectives. And with that said, I want to move straight to our third presenter, Richard Harris, and Richard maybe needs no introduction. He's the Deputy Director of Statistics at St. Lucia. St. Lucia's done substantial work in the area of statistics, and Richard will share from a perspective on that question of statistical data development. So Richard, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have the pointer, please? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, my esteemed colleagues. It is my honor to be here this afternoon, thanks to my good friend, Mr. McLean from UNECLA, who invited me to be here. It is also an extreme honor this afternoon to represent the field officers back home in St. Lucia, the field supervisors and the field enumerators. I hope that you can hear their voices this afternoon through my presentation, because these are the ones who go out there and work hard to make these dreams of ours, these instruments that we build, these tools. They are the ones who go out there and do the hard work and try and make it work. So I'll be representing them this afternoon. Okay, so very quickly, my presentation is entitled Multidimensional Vulnerability Measurement, a Multi-Dimensional Data Challenge. And in respect of my outline, if I could get to it. Well. Yeah. In respect of my outline, I will briefly take you through some of the work that we've done in St. Lucia in respect of our own interpretation of a multidimensional vulnerability index. Ours was basically called the Basic Needs Index. I will briefly take you through that. And then the primary sources of data that we use to build that index. And these are the Survey of Living Conditions and the St. Lucia Population and Housing Census. And then I will go through a sovereign comparison, just putting things into context in terms of the challenge, the fundamental challenge that we have in making these types of, in building these types of indices. And then, of course, I will end with challenges and hopefully progress. So in terms of the Basic Needs Index for St. Lucia, that was basically established in 2010 after our last, our 2010 population and housing census. And simply the index, like any multidimensional index, it basically was implemented by ascribing to each household a characteristic, to each household or characteristic of a person within that household, a score based on the presence or absence of a condition which can be aggregated to the level of the household. So essentially, the index incorporated several types of variables. These included household-based or derived variables, such as the type of the wall type, what type of wall, what type of material was used for the outer walls of the building, what type of toilet facilities were available, light source and household assets and so on. It also looked at the education of the head of the household primarily. And then the remaining variables were basically a cross-fertilization of the household and the person variables. That is the number of persons per bedroom, for instance, which is an indicator of overcrowding, and the number of employed persons to the total number of persons, which is the employment rate in the household. So basically, as it's illustrated here, the index was built, or a ranking was created for each household and then built up to the community level based on scoring these household individual variables, person variables. So for instance, if the wall type of the dwelling was made out of concrete, it got a score of 3, basically saying it's the most resilient type of material that the outer walls of the dwelling could be made from. Wood and concrete got 2, plywood or plywood got 1, and so on. Same thing for the toilet type. If the household had a computer, it got a score of 1, no computer, 0. So basically, each one of these variables were ranked based on the level of resilience it afforded the household. And that was aggregated into a total maximum score of 30, indicating, that the basic needs of the household. So what you see here is a ranking of the communities based on that index, that multidimensional index that was built by scoring these different variables from the that we obtained from the well, in this case, the population and housing census of 2010. Okay, so like I indicated, the primary sources of that index that was illustrated is our 2016 Survey of Living Conditions, which measured, again, different types of household and person variables. So we looked at things like literacy and education levels, the living conditions, physical and mental health conditions and so on, jobs that are at best unfulfilling and at worst dangerous. We looked at a multiplicity of variables, household and person variables. Again, helping to facilitate this multidimensional vulnerability measurement. So again, the variables would have looked at economic, environmental, and social factors, which is in keeping, consistent with the UN's multi-dimensional vulnerability index. Okay, just to illustrate some of the variables that we capture, I will invite my technical, some technical, the technical assistants across the room to just open up the our prevailing survey of living conditions questionnaire. The survey of living conditions. This is the Go to the Excel file. Yeah. Yeah, so just to illustrate, so this is our prevailing 2016. This is our current 2024. The draft of our 2024 survey of living conditions questionnaire. It has, you could see here, I can't get the pointer working, but you could see here that we have 16 tabs of different types of variables captured. Housing variables, capturing everything in terms of climate resilience, the factors relating to the climate resilience of the households, to the living conditions of the households, the income generated by the households. We look at household enterprises within households and so on and so forth, in addition to capturing all the traditional type of person characteristics concerning health and education and so on and so forth. So basically a very comprehensive. I want you to see that this is a very comprehensive data collection effort. Okay, so we could go back just to continue illustrating the types of data instruments that we use. You could go back to the PDFs, our last 2022 population and housing census questionnaire. This questionnaire literally has 101 questions. No kidding, 101 questions. And this includes a housing questionnaire and a person questionnaire, all adding up to 101 questions. And it takes about, for a household of 4 individuals or so, or typically we have an average household size of 3 in St. Lucia, it takes over an hour for an enumerator to complete this. Okay? All right, so we could go back to the PowerPoint. So again, a very, very comprehensive data collection instruments in all regards, all respects, both in terms of the survey of living conditions and our population and housing census questionnaires. Now, I entitled this slide as a sobering comparison. Friends, can you open up the 2020 US Census questionnaire?
Richard, just to remind you of the time,
yes,
so that you keep
we're going. Yes, I'm going as quickly as I can. Yes, so the US Census questionnaire, I think, is the top one in the folder. Yeah, I'm going to bring it all home. It's the first file in the folder. It's the top one. Yes. Now, this is an illustration of the the 2020 US Census questionnaire compared to ours. And this is typical, our questionnaire is typical of a CARICOM questionnaire. All right? Very comprehensive, very noble effort to collect as much information as possible. This is our this is the US 2020 Census questionnaire. Literally 5 questions. 5 questions on the housing aspect and an additional 5 on the person questionnaire, the person section. 10 in all, 10 questions in all, compared to 101 questions on our population census questionnaires. Okay, so we can go back to the PowerPoint for me, please, quickly. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so I just want to make the comparison in terms of the information that we are attempting to capture on our respective data collection instruments. CARICOM is basically trying to collect a library of information, books upon books of information, plenty variables. The US, as I said, 101 questions compared to 10 questions on the questionnaire. Europe currently, many countries in Europe like Norway, they don't even they no longer conduct population censuses. Why? Why? Because they have very robust administrative data systems. And from these data systems, they can generate reports that rival our population census reports. The same information generated out of administrative data systems. So what happens when we have such an extensive, expansive data collection effort, this traditional way of collecting information?
3 more minutes.
Yes, I'm getting there. What happens? What is the result of that? We have huge data gaps, very low response rates, traditionally, very low response rates. What household has the time to sit down for an hour providing information, trying to complete 101 questions in a session, in an interview session? Okay? And that also leads, because we have these huge data gaps, and because these initiatives, these data collection initiatives are so expensive, we can only do them on a very, not very timely, not a very regular basis. Every 10 years, every 6 years, we attempt to do an SLC, and we only can do it if we get the funding from our developmental partners. On an individual level, we seem to excel. Okay? Individual supremacy, and you could, I use St. Lucian heroes here, but you could substitute your own heroes. Okay? On an individual level, our Caribbean people are able to achieve such greatness, global greatness, on a national scale, national obscurity. We cannot seem to get our act together because we continue to fight. I could give you an illustration of back home. We have a statistical act that says you must provide us with the information. So I go to our own ministry of health to collect information, our own registry of births and deaths. And I come with my statistical act. I come with my stick, and they come and they fight back with their stick and say, no, our legislation says I cannot give you that data, despite what your statistical act says. So we are in a constant battle.
Are you down to 1 minute?
Yes, a constant battle for data. Okay? Stick fighting. All man for himself. Fighting for legislative supremacy. Not understanding the bigger picture. So, I will read through this. Everybody should be familiar with this epic biblical story, okay, of the golden calf. We continue to design these monumental data collection instruments that are very complex, extensive, and intricate, with many hops, skips, and jumps, committing much of our meager resources to consulting, debating, and mulling over the finest details in the effort to achieve sufficient levels of granularity. Then we sit back and worship these golden calves that we have created. It is like the instrument is the end in itself and not the means used to create the music, generate the evidence, the GIS maps that we need to chart our course forward.
Richard, we need to wrap up.
Yes.
Thank you.
We remain isolated in the desert of data source oblivion. We are still reveling in construction of these archaic data collection mechanisms while the developed world has moved on into big data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So, what do we need to work on? Our fractured and fragmental national statistical systems. And the best way to do that is for us to develop robust national strategies for the development of statistics.
Richard, can you go through these quickly? Because
very quickly. Okay? Our strategies are deficient or in a lot of instances non-existent, and they are not integrated with the broader national development policies and goals. Inefficient and costly data collection mechanisms. Ineffective and inadequate statistical legislation. These are things we need to work on. Critical if these multidimensional indices that we speak of are going to work. Growing mistrust in public authorities. I think that's a fallout of the COVID. Our enumerators go out there and a lot of people don't want to share the information that we need.
I will have to cut you now. I think
that's three more.
I think the others. Yes. We're really out of time. I think the others can be easily seen on the screen. So
yeah. Okay.
With that in mind,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. With that in mind, I will cut you at this time. And,
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Then. Yeah. Okay, so with that said, and a very comprehensive presentation, we'll have some time, I hope, for some questions, but let me move straight into the next presentation by Abdul.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. While I wait for my slides to load up, I just want to tell Mr. Harris that I share your pain and I like your enthusiasm. Having worked very closely with the NSOs, I know very much the pain is conveying. Yeah, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, co-panelists, I feel really honored to be on this panel, and I've listened to the presentations from the panelists that have gone before me, and some of the issues that I'd like to highlight have been mentioned, have been discussed extensively by Ambassador Webson, and Jason did a very good job of also providing a very good context. And then we just heard from Richard about those the boots on the ground and what they are experiencing. So just to very quickly touch on the first point, which is about what does the MVI address? And I think the ambassador did a very good comprehensive coverage of this. But I just wanted to highlight something, that this all started by looking at how we would more efficiently address the issue of vulnerability. it's very common when we write articles or studies about Caribbean, we start by saying, you know, Caribbean is one of the most vulnerable regions of the world, and we list the vulnerability. And we do that because we want to emphasize the impact of this vulnerability, that they do constitute serious obstacle to development. But they also come in different, from different sources. And that's where the multidimensionality comes in. And we do have exogenous shocks, that some of which we may not have consciously thought about. Before COVID, nobody would have considered pandemic to be a serious matter of economic importance, except for those who are really working in the microbiology lab or those in public health, maybe the CDCC. But we all knew what COVID turned out to be, and that has now become a shock that we know it might be 1 in 100 years, but it's something that we have to account as part of global shock. Now, the ambassador has gone through the principles underlying the MVI, the multidimensionality, universality, and all those. So I'm going to skip that. And Jason also gave a very good representation of, including the ambassador, about the components of the MVI. So the left chart here was already explained by Jason about the components of the MVI, but I'll focus on the right part, the right section, which has the concept. So there are 18 concepts within the MVI model, which capture the 3 dimensions, and under both the pillar of vulnerability and lack of resilience, the ability to build resilience. And within this concept, similar to the SDGs, where we have 169 targets, but we do have 200 plus indicators. So we have 18 concepts, but 26 indicators to measure these concepts. And in choosing those indicators, as explained by the ambassadors, the panel considered a number of things, including the quality of the data. The quality of the data will determine whether an indicator makes it on the list. Missing data will work in the opposite direction, where if you have too many missing data on a particular candidate indicator, then it gets dropped from consideration. But overlaying all these considerations will be the transparency, which the ambassador also mentioned. What I want to focus a little bit time on is the black box behind the model, behind the MVI. You know, many people may not be interested in this, but for those who will apply the MVI, this will be the key issue, where we talk about the MVI. Jason shared the PB, the performance-based allocation model that the CDB uses. In a similar version, that's what the MVI does. It's a model that spills out a particular figure. But how do we come about this figure? So what the panel did was to look at all the different concepts and then came up with 26 indicators. That they considered far many indicators, some were dropped. But for those 26 indicators that were selected, they come in different units. You may have an indicator, which is a monetary indicator. It might be in dollars, it might be in euro, it might be, even if it's a monetary indicator, the unit of measurement may differ across countries. Now you may have a variable which is measured in terms of number of people affected by a disaster, for example. So they have to come up with a uniform way of measuring these indicators. And that's where the rescaling comes into play, where they converted everything to a scale from 0 to 100. So that allows every indicator now to be in the same units. Now, we won't go into the details of how that was done, but it suffices to say that they use what is called the minimax approach of rescaling. And then they now have to look at, for those who are into statistics, economics, you know, the impact of outliers. Now, if you have a number that is too high or too low compared to the other data points. This morning in the presentation of the executive secretary, I think he made mention of the growth in the Caribbean, saying excluding Guyana, because Guyana now tends to be a consistent outlier because they outperform everybody. So if you want to have a good picture of the reality of the average, then you have to exclude Guyana. The same approach here. Well, I have removed an encode because when you look at the report, you have an impression that the outliers were removed. But what they did was actually to rescale the outliers. So if outlier data points were noted, if it's too high or too low, if it's too high, then that outlier is not dropped, but it's rescaled to the maximum number recorded. So they bring it down to truncating. So what they did was to shrink the scale. The same thing for the lower value. If it's too low, then they are kind of rescale it to be equal to the minimum. So they still retain the data point. And what they did with that was to divide the data point into quartiles and then use the interquartile range to determine how to scale. So the uppermost value that whoever exists in the MVI score will be the third quartile, the number at the third quartile plus 1.5 of the 1.5 fraction or multiplied by the interquartile range. That may sound like too much of statistics, but that's how it's determined. You have a range with boundaries and then the aggregation. It's also to allow a smoother trend. So what they did was to apply a smoothing mechanism in the aggregation, and they did that by applying the root squared aggregation, where each data point is squared, and with the same within the a particular variable, you sum up all the data points after squaring them, and then you find the square root of the added aggregation. So there are some properties, advantages to be earned from doing that, which we really don't have time to get into, and then the weighting. So in the case of the MVI, all indicators are weighted equally. So there is no preference to say maybe we weigh economic indicators higher or environmental indicators higher. So once the rescaling is done, the outliers are truncated, you have the aggregation method applied and the equal weighting. Then you come up with a score. The aggregate score now that covers all the indicator is the MVI, which ranges from 0 to 100. So 100 will be highest, 0 will be the least. And this represents if you are, the closer you are to 100, it shows that you are highly vulnerable or that you lack the capacity to the resilience capacity. So having established that, now this is what the panel, this is a direct quote from the report of the panel, that the magnitude of data challenge in developing countries, in particular seeds, is alarming. I mean, this is a high level panel. They are not saying the data gap is huge, but it's alarming, particularly in seeds, and that the international community should reflect further on how to address the data challenges and needs of developing countries that will be required to ensure the proper use of MVI. So this is it's not just a fine print that you find in products. This is a big print saying that we do have the MVI, but buyer or user be one. These are things that we need to really address before we can really move forward. And there's no better audience to really raise this point and for us to find a strategy to address this issue better than the CDCC. Now, what are the main issues? I think some of these came up in Richard's presentation, but more importantly is the concern for seeds. And I might also remind you that in the ambassador's presentation, he did mention that this idea of MVI started with seeds. And the CDB actually played a very critical role at the Caribbean level in discussions about how do we measure the multidimensionality of the vulnerability. So, but it has now expanded beyond seeds, and it's now a global indicator that will be used. But one critical indicator of vulnerability for seeds that may not really be applicable to many other states, maybe except for low-income developing country, is the issue of debt. So debt indicator is not included in the current NVI. It's not that it wasn't considered. It was considered. ECLAC actually made a very strong case for that. We made a submission to the high-level panel. But why was it excluded? Because of lack of data. Lack of data even from seeds in terms of quality data that will be internationally comparable. And then the issue of inconsistency in data production. We may have data for 1 year and then we don't have it for the next 2 years, then we have it again for the next 3 years. And then the limited capacity of national statistical offices, which Jason spoke very eloquently about. Now, these is the charts are too small, but the one that I really want to emphasize is this one, which shows it's an index of statistical capacity. It's called a statistical performance indicator of the World Bank. This particular pillar, there are 5 pillars that make up the overall score, but the one I'm emphasizing here is the pillar 3 on data product score. So we have the trend for Caribbean seeds, for Pacific seeds, for AIS, the Atlantic Indian Ocean and the South China Sea seeds, and then the world average. The AIS is not really performing badly. They are right up there with the global average. Now, look at the Caribbean and the Pacific seas. Our capacity in terms of data production is low. And not only is it low, it's actually going down. It's going in the wrong direction. And you notice that the year of report, the year of the scale ends at 2019. And that was because the World Bank temporarily suspended the production of these indicators because of COVID. Because with COVID, they don't believe that the situation on the ground is a true reflection of capacity. So this is not a good thing. If we are to produce data for the NVI, we know the challenges we are having with the SDGs. So if we look very quickly at the result for the NVI, this is a grouping result. You see that the seeds and the LDCs have very similar averages. So they are about the seeds group of countries as well as the LDC are about the most vulnerable with respect to the NVI. Now, I'm going to skip this. So if you look at these within the seeds grouping, the Caribbean is the least vulnerable, right, on average. But when you look at the standard deviation, we have the most dispersed score for the scores that are being calculated. So we have the lowest number in terms of means, but we have the most spread about, which, you know, there's a lot to say about those two numbers. But in the interest of time, I'm going to move to my last slide, which shows that we really need to, the member states and of course the development partners really need to work on the advocacy. For example, how do we make a very strong case for the inclusion of those variables or those indicators that will be that are very relevant to seeds, in particular Caribbean seeds that may not necessarily rise up to the high level of importance worldwide. Example, I already mentioned the issue of debt, brain drain. If we're talking about resilience, if you are producing, I think the Executive Secretary also mentioned this in his remarks this morning. So if you are producing graduates and the very year they graduate, half of them have migrated, or even those that have really gained experience in the public sector, they keep migrating. That's an element of lacking resilience, which has not been captured. And you can think of other indicators, maybe social indicators or environmental indicators that are not currently captured, but which are really important for seeds. And in terms of the capacity, we really need to improve our capacity for data. And I think Jason already spoke very extensively on that. And the last point I would like to mention is the issue of standardization. Sometimes we produce data, but we don't even make them available. And the ambassador mentioned one of the criteria is that you have data publicly available. So if you have the data and it's sitting on the director of the NSO's desk, it's not going to make it to the MV. And what will be determined is that you really don't have data on that indicator, no matter how important it is. So I'm going to hand it in. Thank you.
I move on to the final presentation, which is delivered virtually. So I will ask the technicians to prepare for that. I mean, they are two very interesting presentations. I think Richard has made a very strong case for the need for robust domestic administrative systems. Very important point. And what was useful about his work is, you know, looking at even the elements of social resilience that he has captured so well. Sometimes it's easier to get the stuff at the household level, you know, but we are just piling on so much information and asking people to provide so much that it becomes self-defeating sometimes at the end of the day, and we just can't get the job done. So a very strong point. Abdul has taken us through some of the modalities of the index itself within the black box, looking at the technical derivation of the index, but some very interesting observation that he has made that we need to pay attention to. So even with the preliminary calculations that we have, we are not turning out to be most vulnerable. You know, and perhaps there's need really for this other element of resilience, looking at the low resilience in a different way, in a much more detailed way, in terms of an assessment to be able to really counterbalance that, if these are the preliminary results from his analysis, but really key for standardization, key for developing our national statistics and building capacity. So, I mean, I just want to congratulate again, please, a round of applause to these two very informative presentations. And with that said, I want to move into the last presenter, who is in fact Anya, to make her presentation. Is she on virtually, please? Can you indicate?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Are you hearing me?
So can you hear us, Anya?
Yes, I can. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you loud and clear. So can you proceed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all protocols observed. Would it be possible to put up my presentation? And I'm just going to dive right in. Oh, there it is. Lovely. All right. So a lot of the speakers who went before me went through quite a few of the slides that I had intended to present. So I will only re-emphasize those that are important for the next steps of the MVI. Next slide, please. These legislative mandates are the mandates from the General Assembly that would have guided the work. And I think what's perhaps most important is the resolution that was passed on the 13th of August. It's written on the screen as an L document because it has not yet been assigned a final resolution number, but I would encourage all of you to drop this into a Google search and have a look at the text of the resolution. It is a very good read, in my opinion. Next slide, please. All right, so just a few things. The MVI looks at external shocks and stressors. It does not include, as Ambassador Webson said, endogenous factors. And there's a reason for that, because it was felt at the time that if you are to be eligible for access to concessional resources and development assistance, it would be important to focus on external shocks and stressors, and not those that are subject to the political will or maneuverings of government. And as Ambassador Webson and others said, it is finally, we have an international quantitative benchmark which measures structural vulnerability and lack of structural resilience. So we can finally quantify what developing countries have been talking about in a very abstract manner for quite some time in the intergovernmental discourse. What does the MVI do? Well, it allows us to look at policy and strategy formulation, and more importantly, it allows development assistance partners, national governments to focus on those factors of vulnerability that can be addressed through law and policies, and those that cannot. It has value for research, hopefully allocation and access to development finance, and it can guide country development and donor assistance policies. Next slide, please. Now, I have left this particular slide, both Abdul and Ambassador Webson spoke on it, and these are the principles which underpin the development of the framework. And I've left it there because these principles are also important to inform the indicators that were also selected, and they must be borne in mind at all times, even as the work will progress once the governance framework is established for the MVI. And again, repetition is helping us to remember they are multidimensionality, universality, exogeneity, evidence-based, and simplicity. Next slide, please. This is just simply the definitions which inform the panel's thinking, clear definitions for what structural vulnerability means and what structural resilience means. And next slide. What I want to emphasize, though, is that the MVI is not intended to reflect overall progress towards the SDGs. That's not the purpose of the tool. It is supposed to provide a robust, acceptable, and simplified assessment of vulnerability. The SDGs have their own monitoring framework for that, and the tool should not be confused when we think about what the tool does. And at no time was it ever the intention for the MVI to replace GNI or any other relevant development measure. The idea behind the MVI is that it needs to, or it should complement existing measures such as GNI. So it gives a more detailed and comprehensive picture of what is happening with countries and how countries express their factors of vulnerability. Next slide, please. So as others have said, this is a very basic representation of the structure. It has two levels. It has a global level, which is the index that we're all familiar with. And then it has a second layer known as the national vulnerability, the vulnerability and resilience country profiles. And it is at this level that the MVI is really operationalized at the national level. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Next slide, please. Now, today's session is focusing on data. In terms of the selection of indicators for the index, a number of very carefully thought through criteria were put on the table for the selection of indicators. These are on the screen for you, data availability. And what that means is that the indicators must have publicly available data for all developing countries. Now, remember, as Ambassador Webson said at the very beginning, this MVI was designed for all developing countries, that's SIDS, LDCs, LLDCs, and MICs. And so the factors that are contained in the index represents the vulnerabilities of all developing countries. Of course, the data must be of the highest quality. There must be a clear relationship between the indicator that is selected and the vulnerability and resilience. So that means, what that basically means is that if you're looking at a particular factor of vulnerability, it has to be clearly indicated in the literature out there that these things are related to vulnerability or resilience. So we're not just picking a factor out of the air. It is transparent, and the literature supports the choice of indicator that goes into the index. And then, of course, the indicator acceptability was the fourth criteria, and that is related to the indicator has to lead to an acceptable MVI. So in other words, we're not throwing every indicator in the world at the MVI, but we're choosing in a very prudent manner based on these criteria. And again, all of this also relates to the principles that I had discussed before in terms of multidimensionality, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in terms of the application of this criteria, there were also some additional rules with respect to data. Next slide, please. UN data.
You have 3 more minutes, so just
Thanks, Shelton. UN data must be prioritized. The MVI must not, the selection of the variable, there cannot be too much missing data. This is what happened in the case, particularly of SIDS, and a lot of the challenges that we had with SIDS. The MVI will be computed for every country, even those with limited missing data, and it will not be computed for countries with too many missing values. Next slide, please. Now, just very quickly, how a number of the indicators were excluded. Now, I heard Abdul speak about debt being excluded, and he's quite right. Debt was indeed covered, but the issue with debt is that the data is not transparent, and a lot of the SIDS don't even report their debt data. On the screen, you'll see some other examples of reasons why certain indicators were excluded from the index. And it's not only about missing data, but it's also about it that it's not clearly linked in the literature to vulnerability or resilience. Next slide, please. The VRCPs is a very important part of the tool itself, and it allows for the operationalization, as I said, at the national level. It allows you to bring in, from the country context, the more endogenous factors, which will allow you to really put your profile out there and then enable you to have a conversation with your partners in terms of how they finance resilience building and risk reduction at the country level. A great value, and it takes the tool from that global stage and allows partners who function at the national level to really work with the tool and work with a country at the national level. Next slide, please. So coming out of the resolution, we have to identify an MVI secretariat and an independent MVI advisory review panel. This is where the additional work on the MVI will take place. So I heard Shelton talk about the indicators being static, backward looking, there's no time series. These are all things that we are aware of, and we know perhaps one of the limitations of the tool. These are the things that this advisory panel will look at and develop as they begin their work as well. Next slide. Oh, and that's it. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So we've had 5 really excellent presentations. I mean, Anya's points, I think, also well worth noting. The important one that she mentioned is the VRCP. I want to try to return to this, hopefully in the question time, and the importance of the process forward, getting the MVI Secretariat up, trying to get an advisory panel that can look at some of the other dimensions that may be missing, and then ensuring that this is tied back to the whole UN Statistical Commission era. So with that said, I have a very important note here. I have been advised by the director that I can actually open up the floor for a few questions, and we'll shorten maybe the coffee break a little. And so with that, I want to just open up the floor for any observations that you may want to make. I think this is such an important piece of work and relevant to the Caribbean, and maybe I've not heard enough on the resilience part, so that is maybe something that we need to look at. So with that, I would like to open the floor up for any observations. And can you identify yourself and your organization? Thanks.
Jamaica, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. May I go ahead? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the panelists for their comprehensive presentations and wish to add just a few points to the discussion. First, as we in Jamaica support the development of the MVI, we appreciate its holistic approach. Our confirmed advocacy our continued advocacy must be to its applicability for SIDS. I heard that it is not only for SIDS, but we are concerned about that. We are also concerned about the availability of data, and in terms of the fact that I just heard the last presenter said that the debt issue is not there as yet. And I understand the reason why, but given the fact that debt makes us so vulnerable in terms of our development, that is something that we would wish to see reconsidered. And having heard all that has been said, I am concerned that this MVI, which we have worked for over 30 years to reach this place, that it is not just an academic exercise, but it is a tool that we can use, which is fit for purpose for our developmental aspirations. Thank you.
So, Lord Jamaica, do we have any other questions from the floor? Could you identify or recognize yourself, please?
Yes, from the delegation of Martinique. I was very interested because we recognize the intellectual necessity of looking at vulnerability as a factor for measuring the statistics component for SIDS. Now, in the real world of today, I think Jason Cotton was mentioning the importance that the CDB gives to the issue of the overseas territories, Montserrat, Cayman Islands, Anguilla, PVI. We in the French Caribbean, we have the same characteristics, or let's say parallel characteristics of and the need to enhance the statistical capacity. And I would like very much to see if we could have a discussion how ECLAC, being us associate members, can participate in an exercise of statistical capacity of, let's call it, non-independent territories, statistical needs as in relevance to this issue of vulnerability. Because I think what's lacking now is that there is not I'd say, our metropoles don't necessarily have thought of how to, let's say, standardize the issue of statistical capacity in the non-independent Caribbean, even though we have the same parallel problems or criterias of being an island like the others. But I just want to see what can we do to try to ameliorate the capacity of the non-independent Caribbean to integrate this exercise of the MVI, which I think it's a very valuable work for the issue of statistical capacity in our countries. Thank you.
Recognize, and I don't know, this might be our final question.
Okay, thank you, panelists. Thank you to Nevis. My minister would have gave her the keynote address when he opened up. And one of the things that he pointed out is becoming a sustainable island state. One of the major issues that we've run into, and I think I'm almost like jumping the shark based on the next panel discussion, is financing. Because many times when we seek financing to these other organizations, we are met with, you're a high income country. So the adaptation of this vulnerability indicator would hopefully address some of the shortfalls, especially when we look to diversify our economies and look into other means of stabilizing the region, especially when we talk about hurricane, other disasters that I think in the first panels, they showed the ramifications of one natural disasters basically taking up all of your GDP for one event, and that's just one, and you may have 2 or 3 events in that year. So I commend the UN for finally adapting this indicator, and I look forward, hopefully, in the next panel discussion about innovative financing mechanisms to have more details. Thank you.
There's 3 others. I think I'm seeing St. Lucia. Before St. Lucia, there was the gentleman across here, and I'm BVI, and I'm also seeing the director. Did I see Diane your hand up? So I think these would be the other 3. Please go ahead, BVI.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Benito Wheatley. I just want to underscore further the point made by Mr. Cotton regarding the associate members in the room. The MBI does not apply at this point to any of us. However, I would like to just remind the room that in 2017, BVI was struck by Hurricane Irma. The loss and damage was $2.3 billion. The damage included 85% of all building structures being damaged or destroyed. 85%. So it is undeniable that we are highly vulnerable, like everyone else. This year, we've already experienced 3 extreme weather events that have cost us, but we've picked up the tab for it because it was not too disastrous. CDB was the only institution that gave us a loan after Hurricane Irma. It was about $65 million. Now, going forward, the question for CDB is going to be, if BVI were to be hit again, on what metric will you decide what financial assistance we receive? Is it going to be that we'll be treated as we are in normal times? Or will some metric or understanding be there that we are also vulnerable? And how will CDB justify it to its board of directors when it makes that decision? So this is a very real problem. And I would like to recommend that perhaps ICLAC, CDB, interested Caribbean governments and associate members put our heads together to figure out what would we do in the event of a disaster in one of the associate members. We should not be left behind, because that is the mantra that the UN is using, that no one should be left behind. That should include the associate members. So I ask that you place on the record my request that we have a dialogue about this so that we can find some solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
St. Lucia, and then I think the director, and these would be the last questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to first of all commend the panelists for their various presentations. But there is a particular nagging question I've had for a very long time, and I think now is the appropriate time, given we have a CDB member on the panel and we are discussing this very issue, that I want to really find out why economists in the IMF, the World Bank, OECD, and all sorts of IFIs on this planet would know that our region, small, open, and vulnerable economies with narrow resource bases, high public debt, significant infrastructure and capacity deficits, and of course, the climate crisis. We experience erosion of trade preferences, decline in official development assistance, and of course, I cannot overemphasize that the climate crisis continues its decimating march against the environmental, social, and economic fabric of our region. Why is it the CDB, knowing all of that, would have acquiesced to this GDP per capita, as actually a lens through which to view the Caribbean economies and to decide whether to receive concessionary financing? I mean, the major countries in the world created the crisis. We're on the receiving end of it, and we cannot receive concessionary financing because of that GDP per capita, when they know full well that there are certain realities that we face. So I would probably just probe this question.
Okay, thank you. And final question, we have one online, so please, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. Fascinating discussion. Thank thanks to all the panelists for the various dimensions of the discourse that have been brought to attention. And I'm fascinated by two things. The point that Richard was making, he didn't get enough time to flesh it out. But I'm curious to know, are we doing something wrong? Why do we need 101 questions to get the information that the Americans get in 10? And is this something, therefore, that needs to be considered so that we can have more data accessible if we do it in 10 rather than 101? I didn't hear that before. I've never heard that before. And I would want to know whether the challenge that we face with data is because we do it difficultly and not easily. And that easy doesn't necessarily mean not effectively. So I would want to hear about that. And then the second one, the points that Abdul made about debt, and there was another one that he used, brain drain, that are critical to our countries in the Caribbean. And already it shows that we are not, based on the current indicators used, we are not the most vulnerable. And yet we know we are very vulnerable. And so therefore, I guess it should be a question to Anya or maybe Ambassador Webson, who know the mechanics of the evolution of the index. Is there scope for the introduction of indicators such as this, factors such as the brain drain that undermine the resilience of our region and therefore should factor in the overarching point at which we find ourselves on that vulnerability scale? So is there scope for evolution of the index? And are there ways in which we can address the data challenge in a more practical and constructive way? Thanks.
And we have just one question online, which I would read. Not sure who it's come from, but the person says, I would welcome advice on the openness of Caribbean statistics offices to develop capacity to look at live data alternatives, which can complement census and surveys, i.e. mobile phone data, satellite images, etc. Right? Pretty much in the same vein. Right, so let me just put these questions to the panels. I think the first question, there are two questions that can go together. That question by the non-independent, our friend from Martinique, and of course the question raised on by the BVI on the need for the non-independents and associates to have a discussion with with UN and others. And maybe this Ambassador Weston, I think you're best placed to reflect on that briefly. Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A colleague from the BVI did ask me the very question earlier. First of all, let me say that there is, and this sort of answers both the Secretary's question as well. There is scope. The MVI is a living tool or a living document. And as I said in my presentation, it's not perfect, and therefore we shouldn't throw out the perfect, throw out the imperfect for the perfect. So there is scope to develop it specifically to the non-self-governing territories. I would imagine, well, the CDB will be able to be, I suppose, even more direct in the answer here. But as we look at simply in building the tool, we're looking at access to data. We weren't identifying any specific countries in in saying, do you have access? I know you looked at the scores and the lists on scores and so on, and the BVI and others may be missing from that list. But a lot of I guess the analysis will have to be done in the Caribbean based on the countries that receive support through the UN system, rather than the analysis at the time was being looked at the independent countries that were member states of the UN. But there is scope for growth. there is scope for change within the tool as we go along. If I may, Mr. Chair, I will just add to the questions raised by our colleague from Jamaica and supported to further by the Secretary, Diane. The question of debt, that's a matter that we discussed. I don't want to say ad nausea, but extensively. It was argued for and against, but what was missing is data. We have to be, if you're going to make this a tool that is acceptable and usable, it has to have public quality data. I said it, Anya said it, I think Jason said it. It must be available data. It can't be sitting on somebody's desk and remain the property of a ministry or of a person. It has to be publicly acceptable and available data. So I think the first question on debt, while debt is critical and no doubt will come in as the tool is assessed and refined, but at this time, there just isn't the data. And there was another part to your question that also I will simply say again that the tool is a living document, a living tool, and it is available, and it will be, once the governance structure is put together, it will be assessed regularly and updated. But keep in mind the focus has to be on, can we get available data from the territories? I know that, again, you said the Caribbean, but might be not seen in some of the light that we think it is. It isn't just the plain scores alone. Huh? You also have to look at the difference in scores, and you also have to look at the ability, the resilience tool, which the VRCP, because that's critical. Can you bounce back even though from a shock, even though you mightn't be one of the most vulnerable? Let me give somebody else a chance.
So the second group of questions, I think, really tackle this question of data innovation. I mean, Richard's point made also by Abdul. So Richard and Abdul, I just want to get your very quick reflections on that innovation in what can be done. I mean, beside the need to finance this data, what can be done with other sources? How can we build this administrative platform differently with some of the new technologies? Because this is really what the person is getting at. So I'll start with you, Richard. A brief response. And
try to be short. Yeah, very quickly. It goes back to the first points I made about the development of our statistical strategies. I think that's where we have to begin. Go back to the drawing board and think of how we can leverage the existing technologies to work smart and not hard.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me start with a question from Martinique. And thank you so much. I remember you were at Moncom last year and you raised an important question. And I'm glad to inform you that we actually are working on a study, which is almost finalized, addressing the issue of statistical production in the associate member countries. So that is a very real-time practical response that ECLAC is actually doing something. And when you make an issue, we listen and we try to address your concerns. So we are working on it, starting from the study that we've prepared, and we've always been very open to providing technical assistance to our AMC, our AMCs, and I see, my very good friend Jocelyn from Aruba. I almost became an Aruban citizen with my frequent visit to Aruba on technical assistance mission. So we are glad to really look into this further with you, and the study should be produced, published by the end of this year, hopefully. And just quickly to touch on the issue raised by my director on the difference between the CARICOM survey instrument for censuses and the U.S. Census Bureau questionnaire. And I think the question raised by the participant from online actually addressed that, because What they do in the US is that they don't need to wait for 10 years to come to do their census. They have 95% of what they already need continuously, but we don't have that in the Caribbean. They have excellent administrative record. Everybody born in the US has a social security number. They already have the information they need. They might just need whether to know if you've moved from the last time that they had information on you. And that's why they don't need to have this extensive questionnaire. In the Caribbean, we don't have that. So the census provides almost, the unique opportunity to actually collect data on anything and everything. So, and that has been the approach that has been used.
And the last word, I think, will go to Jason. There are some questions raised with respect to the CDB. Did it acquiesce to GDP per capita, and some other issues.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to reassure Your Excellency from St. Lucia. In the presentation, I said that the bank's work in terms of vulnerability and resilience has started more than 2 decades ago. The advocacy to change or for a proposed change in the international financial architecture, we've been at this for about 24 years. The international financial architecture is complex, and it has been a very difficult process. I think what has happened is that within the last 2 years, there has been a confluence of factors that has enabled these discussions to gain a lot of momentum. We've seen more severe and frequent hazards in Bahamas and BVI, which makes the point more pungent. We've seen the Bridgetown Initiative take on, we've seen the advocacy by small and developing states, OASIS, the government of Antigua. And I think what this has done is that in the past 2 years, it has really built up a strong momentum to make this case more forceful, bringing us to this point. So I can assure you that it is not that things weren't being done, but I think really the stars have aligned for this moment. And I remember my discussions with Ambassador Webson. This was really an opportunity in time. And the progress that has been made came on the back of those small steps that have been made over several years.
That said, let us just please, I think, thank the, I think we're out of time. And so you may want to, Chairperson, to follow this up, but we're really out of time, unfortunately.
Chair, I had failed to just thank the presenters when I started my remarks. I just want to say thank you to them for their presentations.
Ask you all to please express your thanks for what has been really quite an interesting discussion. And I formally will hand over to the chairperson to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. I just want to thank you, Dr. Nichols, and the panelists. Very exhaustive and interesting discussion. I think it's a subject matter that all of us are very keen interest in. I want to thank you very much. We have overrun our time by at least 38 minutes. It means that you have 38 minutes later to go home. May I suggest that we have a 10-minute break and get back here, let me see, promptly 4:21. Promptly. We'll start, if you're outside, we'll still start. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have everyone. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. We are a little behind time, about half an hour. 3:45, yes. So we should have actually started at 3:45. So we are missing 45 minutes. Okay, so it means that I'm going to ask the moderator to keep a relatively tight shift, or else we're going to go very late. And as well as the presenters, could we just be mindful of the time? So let me say this is the last session for the afternoon, and let me welcome back all of you who are here so we can complete the session. As you know, we are now going to make a shift to climate finance towards investment in adaptation and structural change. We very well, we discussed the issue on the challenges relating to access to finance. We understand that it's essential for survival and growth of our economies, but we all understand, even following from the last panel, the challenges for accessing these resources and become increasingly challenging, especially for the classification of our region as middle income or upper income countries. So during this session, we will hear leading voices on practical strategies to streamline access to finance and build our capacity to effectively leverage climate finance for meaningful adaptation and structural transformation. I'm pleased to introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Patrick McCaskey, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, Barbados. Mr. Moderator, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to welcome you all here. We had some very good sessions so far for the day, and we're at the point of culmination. Today, we are going to be discussing the question relating to improving access to innovative climate finance mechanisms towards investment in adaptation and structural change. And today we have Dr. Hagius Leon, Program Lead, Development Bank for Resilient Prosperity. Also, we have Rodolino Schooner, Executive Director of the CARICOM Development Fund. We have Manuel Rodriguez, Managing Director, Head of the Latin American Investment Bank Group. And also we have Sheldon McLean, Coordinator, Economic Development Unit, ECLAC, Sub-Regional Headquarters in the Caribbean. And we are basically building on the discussions that we have this morning. And as you know, there has been a lot of discussion, over the last decade, I must say. I recall it was the member of the board of the Green Climate Fund back in 2015. This topic of innovative climate financing mechanisms, lingered around, and we haven't been able to pin it down yet. We are hoping that this discussion among the panelists will take, us further towards, pinning down how we can best, access financing from an innovative perspective, recognizing that grant funding and the concessional, modes of financing are not, enough for us. So we have to also switch, not just in terms of the provision of public climate financing, but also providing climate finance to the private sector. So with those words, I want to start with, I think we are going to start with this Dr. Leon. So over to you, Dr. Leon.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, first let me acknowledge it is great to be back in Trinidad and Tobago, and more importantly, to be in this room with so many like-minded colleagues who are committed to advancing the true development of small island developing states. We are here today at a critical juncture for our world, and in particular for small island developing states, or SIDS as we call them, countries in the Caribbean, the Pacific, the South China Sea, and the Atlantic Ocean. We face an urgent challenge, and that challenge is how to build sustainable prosperity for these nations in a global system that, quite frankly, has not kept pace with the unique threats and vulnerabilities that these countries face. The numbers are staggering. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, developing countries will need between 3 trillion annually. Yet, SIDS are being asked to solve these trillion-dollar problems with resources that barely scratch the surface, in some cases, barely millions. If we continue down this path, the gap between our ambitions and reality will only widen. The urgency, therefore, of our situation calls for a totally different approach. And I sum it up in one phrase: we need to shun timidity and embrace boldness. That's the only way we will actually get ourselves out of the problems that we have. So today, I am not here to outline the problems. I think we know the problems very well. But rather, I am here to introduce a bold solution. And that solution is the Development Bank for Resilient Prosperity. It is not just another bank. I want to repeat that. It is not just another bank. It is a movement to reimagine the development paradigm, a movement to reimagine how we finance the future of SIDS, and a movement to reimagine partnerships for prosperity. So what exactly is the Development Bank for Resilient Prosperity, which we call the DBRP? First is, it's a multilateral development bank designed specifically to address the unique challenges faced by SIDS, controlled by SIDS, designed by SIDS, to be used by SIDS for the benefit of SIDS. That's an important point, because what we have typically is we have no control of our destinies in the international system. So the countries that make up SIDS face a triple threat that we all know: extreme vulnerability to climate change, economic volatility, and limited access to affordable finance. The existing global financial architecture, which was created almost 80 years ago after World War II, and designed to solve the issues of reconstruction in a post-World War environment, this situation has not sufficiently evolved to address the threats that our countries face. The DBRP is our response, a bank that focuses on resilience, on partnerships to integrate technology and data, and on unlocking new forms of capital to transform the economies we call home. So let me be clear. The bank is not about financing development in the usual way. It is SIDS-focused, outcomes-driven, and global in nature institution that aims to amplify the voice for SIDS, mobilize finance for developing resilient economies, and integrating vulnerability and resilience in the SIDS development agenda, making therefore the DBRP the platform to implement the vision in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, what we call the ABAS. As such, it is also uniquely positioned because it encompasses the global issues of multilateralism, which is enhancing benefits for SIDS from the reform of the global financial architecture. It meets the Earth's ecological degradation issue of achieving net zero by 2050, and addressing global North, global South inequities through the medium of the SDGs and using beyond GDP concepts and metrics. So we might ask, what is different about the DBRP and why do you need another DBRP? First, the DBRP fills the gaps left by traditional multilateral development banks. It is not competing. It is not looking to do what they are doing, but to fill the gaps that have been left unanswered, unaddressed, and therefore limited the potential of SIDS to attain their overall development. It is designed to provide more than just financial resources. One of the elements of the bank is the provision of innovative solutions. And one of those innovative solutions is the use of tokenization, turning natural assets as forests, coral reefs, mangroves, and the ecosystems, those services, ecosystem services that those natural assets provide, turning those into financial value. These nature-based assets and real-world assets are not just passive environmental features. They are essential components of a living planet. They require policies to conserve, restore, and preserve integrity of the planet and underpin the resilience of the biodiversity of the planet that we call home. So by valuing those assets and integrating them into financial systems, we can unlock entirely new streams of revenue for those countries, thereby altering the total debt sustainability dynamics that those countries face. In other words, we need to create a new asset class that will all of a sudden transform countries from being poor, land-only asset countries to richer natural asset countries, including the value of our large ocean states. It is not enough to be talking just about fisheries. Fisheries only make us value after the fish are dead. Our forests only give us value after we cut the timber down and create wood to use. And that is why we are in the problem we have today. We have failed to recognize the planet as a living planet needs to be restored, regenerated, else it's a depletable resource. And that is why we have our climate problem of today. So we need a new way of thinking where we create value by ensuring the planet is alive and the planet stays alive. And hence we need sustainability of the planet as what it is. We need to make our first point of reference. So bringing this home, imagine for a moment countries across the Caribbean and the Pacific, like the Bahamas, Guyana, Suriname, and I can throw in a Tonga from the Pacific, with vast ocean resources, seagrass, coral reefs, and pristine forests that can sequester carbon and produce oxygen needed to sustain the planet's ecological health. Through the new bank, the DBRP, the Bahamas and Suriname could tokenize those assets, issue carbon and biodiversity credits, and market digital sustainability-based assets to create liquidity. Create liquidity, not fiat money. And that liquidity now can actually be used to fund biodiversity regenerative practices, foster sustainable business development opportunities, and thereby economic diversification opportunities. That is something that we are looking for, economic diversification. And that market, I can equally say, is estimated to be able to grow by 2050 to a staggering 3 to 5 trillion US dollars. Sustainable, regenerative business opportunities. So what in my mind was a vulnerability can now become a strength, an asset that drives development while preserving the environment for future generations. Second, the DBRP uses technology in ways that makes development more accessible. Using blockchain technologies to handle tokenization and digital platforms, we can ensure transparency, track progress, deliver faster, more flexible financial solutions. So gone are the days in our mind of waiting months, sometimes years, for financing approvals. The DBRP will be built to respond with agility because we know when a hurricane, for example, strikes or when a pandemic hits, time is of the essence. At the core of the DBRP's strategy is the concept in physics of tensegrity, which is a principle of balance where interconnected structures work together in harmony. The same concept applies to how we build resilient economies while preserving the planet. The DBRP's approach is to strengthen all dimensions of resilience: productive capacity, social stability, institutional integrity, environmental protection, and yes, financial systems. And it is only when we do this, we embrace the holistic system approach to development. When these are working in sync, economies are more flexible, more resilient, and better prepared for future shocks. This brings me to the heart of the DBRP's vision. What we need is a nature-preserving economy. For far too long, we have separated environmental health from economic development, when in reality they are inextricably linked. Nature provides critical ecosystem services: carbon sequestration, biodiversity preservation, coastal protection. These are essential to the long-term prosperity of SIDS. And the value of those ecosystem services exceeds tens of US trillion dollars. Why allow this to go to waste? So by integrating those assets into financial planning, we are not just supporting development, we are creating sustainable, resilient pathways to prosperity by focusing on regenerative living of the planet. So let's be clear, none of this can happen in isolation. We need global solidarity. The international financial system must adapt to be more equitable, more inclusive, and more responsive to the real needs of all nations, especially those vulnerable to climate change. That's where, colleagues, you come in. We need partnerships across sectors: governments, private enterprises, family offices, philanthropists, and academic institutions. The challenges we face are too vast for any single entity to tackle alone. It is an all hands on deck moment. And I can indicate now, the private sector, which has the capital, the agility, and expertise to make rapid progress, is on board. They are willing to join and partner with us to be able to advance the DBRP. Philanthropists and foundations can take risks and invest in innovative solutions. And again, we have an entire family offices for sustainable development that are supporting the DBRP. Universities can provide the cutting edge research and data analytics necessary to make informed decisions. And I can equally say we are partnering with University of Cambridge and University of the West Indies to help advance that particular live. And civil leaders must ensure that development efforts are inclusive, equitable, and locally driven. And that is why I would like to make a special appeal. We need all of our Caribbean governments to support this from a political stance. So what do we need to succeed? First, we need to rethink how concessional finance is allocated. Instead of basing decisions solely on pre-disaster income levels, why not look at a country's resilience capacity, its ability to rebound after a shock? That's the approach which I have championed, which adopts and extends the UN multi-dimensional vulnerability index that we were just talking about. And I can indicate would be one of the first things that this bank would do. We would change the measure of allocation on the basis not of GDP, but on internal resilience capacity of countries. Second, as I stated in COP27 in Glasgow, we need to channel SDRs, the special drawing rights, from the world's wealthiest countries to the most vulnerable. Because 2% of excess SDRs from advanced countries could unlock 5 billion SDRs and make a tremendous difference in SIDS, helping them to tackle development challenges head on.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you're almost
Yes.
finished. Okay.
Lastly,
okay, great.
we need the global community to embrace a shared responsibility for sustainable development, a genuine multi-stakeholder, multi-dimensional partnership for prosperity of the planet. The DBRP is not just a bank. It is a beacon of hope, a catalyst for change, and a platform for building a more resilient, equitable future. The time for action is now. The DBRP is ready to lead the charge, but we cannot do it alone. We need your partnership, we need your vision, and we need your commitment to help us create a world where every nation, no matter how small, has the chance to prosper and thrive. Join us in this journey. We can build a future of resilient prosperity for all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Leon. This is a very inspiring development here in terms of recognizing that you have $3.5 trillion that you need to cover. This is a very bold solution in terms of the development bank for resilience and prosperity. Its focus is a type of special purpose vehicle that I like in terms of it has a menu for everyone. And what I'm particularly like about it is that it embraces the private sector and also the small SMEs and so on. I like the vision in terms of the nature preserving economy. That's a very strong vision. And I will stop here because for the sake of time, I would move to the second presenter, Rodinil Sooner, the Executive Director of the CARICOM Development Fund.
Just say that we are still aiming to stop around 5:30. Unfortunately, we're going to have some reduction in time so that I'm giving the next three speakers 10 minutes each. And at 8 minutes, I'll let you know that you have 2 minutes left. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask the presentation to be put up, please. So quickly, just to stand on the protocol that has already been established, we'll just thank ECLAC for the invitation to the CDF to be part of this dialogue and this particular panel. I will consider many of the presentations that have gone before this one to have set the backdrop for it. So I'm not going to speak about why we're here to discuss resilience building and innovative finance. That should be taken as given. I'm not going to be focusing on problems. The focus is going to be on solutions. Solutions from the point of view of the work of the CDF. And the basic message that I would want us to be able to take from this presentation is that this is just the beginning of things that we could do, working with member states, working with stakeholders, working with development partners to advance resilience in the region. And so that what we are doing is really just a small start, and there's scope for expansion and replication. So how does this work? Right, okay. So just to give a quick overview of CDF, we are a regional development finance institution established by treaty, revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, particularly to tend to the needs of the most underserved in the region and the level of disadvantaged countries, regions, and sectors in CARICOM. And we do this with a view to counterbalancing in a way any adverse impacts of integration in favoring those that are better endowed. This is why our programs would tend to be biased towards the disadvantaged, all with a view to ensuring that as the region integrates more deeply, that we could still advance social and economic cohesion in CARICOM. And our mandates within that broader mission to provide technical and financial assistance to disadvantaged countries, regions, and sectors to support integration by addressing economic and social cohesion, attracting investment, new industries to those sectors and regions, improving business competitiveness, achieving structural diversification and infrastructure development, and importantly, advancing financial innovation for climate action. Since our inception in 2009, we have invested over $100 million in cohesion building projects across 10 member states. We are now expanding to cover the other 2 member states that have not yet benefited from CDF programs, that is Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, and these are the 12 member states listed here, all are aligned to the CARICOM single market and economy. And these are the priority areas for the CDF, which mirror the mandates that I mentioned earlier. So the first area that I want to zero in on in terms of a thematic thrust is environmental resilience and climate action, which then allows me to speak directly to the topic. We've heard of the problems. The resilience financing gap has been described in many ways. There's an estimate that it is over $20 billion for the Caribbean. And we all know that the regional governments simply do not have the financial capacity to respond adequately and adapt to the impacts, particularly of climate change. So what do? We need to come up with solutions that would allow us to address those challenges. And what the CDF has been asked to do by the heads of government is to design instruments that would stimulate greater investment in resilience building and growth in the region. So these are the broader set of solutions, if you like, some of which have been spoken to by other speakers. I am really just going to focus on the second bullet point on the screen, which is the need to develop a market that creates demand for and supply of private sector finance investments in resilience building, while at the same time recognizing that there's a dire need for increased flows of concessional financing from development partners to scale up public sector efforts, particularly in adaptation to climate change. Just to mention that the CDF is one of the more recently accredited entities in CARICOM, accredited to the GCF. And that gives us another element in our toolbox for us to assist with this drive towards resilience building. And our accreditation allows us to do blended finance as well as to issue guarantees in addition to on-lending and granting. So that's important in terms of working with the private sector. So the first facility we launched in November 2020, Credit Risk Abatement Facility. I know I'm constrained for time, but I probably need at least a minute to try to explain this one. Essentially, what we found is that a lot of countries and companies that were interested in renewable energy and energy efficiency projects were simply working with limited grant financing from the governments and from development partners. So we wanted to develop a market-based mechanism that incentivized additional lending from financial institutions and, of course, additional investing by SMEs. So we established the CRAF. I'll go to the next slide that sort of gives you the graphic and see if I can explain from this one. So you have an ecosystem of players that are involved in renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. You have SMEs that are beneficiaries and are interested in investing. They may not know what to do. They may not know what technologies to select. They may not know how to scale them. They have never done energy audits, so they don't even know what their needs are and what the best technical solutions are. Then you have financial institutions, some of which already have funding that is supposed to be directed to supporting such investments, but they don't have the experience and they don't have the comfort level. They're not prepared to take the risk. So CRAF has come in to sort of stimulate a greater level of activity in terms of transactions in that space by providing technical assistance both to the SMEs to help them to develop their projects to bankable stage, and also working with the financial institutions to improve their capacity to manage sustainable energy portfolios. And In the mix also, we work with energy service companies and energy service providers. We contract them to provide the services both to the SMEs and to the banks to basically address the market failure. And we are supporting it through partial credit risk guarantees with the onboarded financial institutions that gives them that additional comfort and in certain instances substitutes for the lack of collateral that the companies may not have. And we find that this has been working extremely well. We've rolled it out in Belize, in St. Lucia. We go into Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, rest of the OECS very soon. And we are supporting this with a credit risk instrument that is standing up the guarantees. So this is how the CDF then has supplanted the old system of simple grants with a market-based mechanism that unlocks the financing that is idle in the system, both in the development banks and in the commercial banks. So this is one solution we have come up with, which is focusing at the moment on renewable energy and energy efficiency projects and is getting much traction. So let me move now to the next one, which is the only other one I will speak of, is the Caribbean Community Resilience Fund, which we launched in January this year. And it is really emerging from a mandate from the heads, as I mentioned earlier, for us to engage in more growth and resilience investing in CARICOM. And it is a blended finance facility. I think I would be correct in saying it is the first of its kind that has been stood up by a regional financial institution. So we're basically trying to crowd in private sector capital from pension funds, philanthropies, foundations, corporates. And the way we do it, the way we've done it, is for the CDF to invest 15 million US in first loss capital, between first loss capital tranche of 10 million and 5 million towards technical assistance, which will go towards project preparation and impact measurement for the facility. And these are the key objectives of the fund: economic robustness, structural diversification, capital accessibility, regional impact exposure, capacity building, all rolled into one facility. So you have a system that draws in capital, but we also partnered with agencies that already have active pipelines so that we're able to deploy the capital very, very quickly. And we are able to attract both debt financing and equity financing, supported by the technical assistance sidecar that I mentioned. Right now, the fund size is targeted at 100 million. I don't want to talk too soon, but based on the traction we've been getting, we may close at about 125 million US dollars. And these are the countries that we are targeting, all of the member states that I mentioned. Interestingly, and I heard the point that came from the BVI, interestingly, we've been approached by countries outside of the CSME for support. And the argument that we are putting forward is that we can consider it, but we will have to up the capitalization, because we've made a commitment to the region, to our members, to deploy $100 million in investment. If we are to take on board the BVI, which we are very happy to do, the Bahamas, which is not aligned to the CSME, but is part of CARICOM, which we are also happy to do, we are asking these countries to help us to identify investors that can raise additional capital for the fund, and then we can deploy in these other countries. So I think we would like to expand that approach to the rest of the region and not be limited only to CDF member states. I don't have the time to get into the details of the sectors. Our philosophy is that the fund is sector agnostic, but based on the market scan and the gaps that we have identified, we are targeting housing, energy, blue economy, ICT, transport, financial services, and agriculture. But we are open to, viable projects, commercial projects that are amenable to financing from that fund in any sector. And we have a system, we have a resilience scorecard system that we are using to filter, to scan these projects, to get them up to bankability and investability. So we are open to projects from all sectors. And I think that is essentially the end of my presentation. And our philosophy is to get to those solutions through thoughtful engagement with the member states and with other partners. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sumer. This is a very inspiring presentation again. I will move to the next presenter, and then we will probably have questions and comments after. So Sheldon, over to you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Given this is the first time I'm taking the floor for the day, I like to observe all necessary protocols. I'm waiting for them to pull up my presentation, which I would try to get done in 10 minutes. Yeah. Having listened from the perspective of innovative financing from a potential large IFI and from a current regional development bank, and I guess we're going to end with a major international investments bank perspective. I would like to quickly shift the attention to market-based mechanisms, which can allow us to harness significant financing resources for funding our structural change, structural transformation, and investment in climate adaptation. Most of the information, the modalities, analysis, recommendations, and even data would be drawn heavily from a paper that we published earlier this year in the same name, Emissions Trading Scheme and Innovative Mechanism for the Greening of Caribbean Economies. We can change the next slide. Our body of work at ECLAC within recent time, we have established an inextricable link between the vulnerability to climate change, the debt and liquidity challenges of the Caribbean, and the focus on resilience building through diversification. This nexus, of issues is what has more or less brought us to this search for more innovative means of financing. Let's go to the first one. Next slide. During the period 2010 to 2019, the Caribbean member states are only responsible for 0.11 to 0.19 of global greenhouse gas emissions, but we still find ourselves at the sharp end of the impact of climate change, susceptible to flood and droughts, rising temperatures, rising sea levels, hurricanes, and coral bleaching. The 5Cs has estimated that by 2025, annual losses due to natural disasters or climate disasters can be as much as 10.7 billion annually. In 2017, ECLAC estimated the damage and loss from the hurricane season was 5.3 billion. So we're seeing in an 8-year span that the extent of a damage and loss from climate events is doubled, and this is a considerable amount of funding. Next slide. I think we also have to look at the debt and liquidity challenges. There's very little fiscal space for member states to invest significantly in structural change and climate adaptation. If we look at that, we can see the size of the bubbles is the growth. So average growth in the Caribbean would have been 2.9% in 2023, which is much less than the rates at which we've been borrowing capital, which is between 7 and 9%, making our debt burden significantly unsustainable. The bubbles in green will be the goods, and yellow would be the services producing economies. We're seeing that 6 Caribbean economies have debt to GDP ratios in excess of 80%. The average debt burden is 75% of GDP. That our debt burden is larger than that for SIDS, that they've been consistently, on average, having negative fiscal balances and persistent balance of payment deficits. Essentially, we're in a debt and liquidity trap. Next slide. beyond financing climate resilience, we also have to understand that just post-COVID, there's been a decided focus on structural transformation, building economic resilience of the economies. Because in 2020, because of spillover effects of COVID-19, Caribbean economies contracted by an average of 13.7%. St. Lucia as much as 26%, Antigua and Barbuda as much as 20%. But what we have found is that only 2% of Caribbean's exports are high technology, meaning that we have not been able to move up the value chain into high-end exports. We are still price takers. That are bilateral. The utilization rates of bilateral trade agreements beyond the EPA is only 1%. So in the presence of trade agreements, these trade agreements may be necessary, but have not been necessarily sufficient to create broad-based exports. There's an underinvestment in capital service for production of exports. This hasn't been significant investment in transforming our productivity. And we need to move towards knowledge-based economies, investing in domestic capital, increasing the value added, and enhancing productivity. In addition, there's been a secular decline in our trade complementarity, meaning that we less and less we are producing for export the products that are demanding by our major trading partners. That on the economic partnership agreement, which is usually trade agreements between north and north or north south, and economies are welfare enhancing. But we've seen that 3 of our MDCs, Barbados, Trinidad, Tobago, and Jamaica, in the first EPA review, that trade agreement has led to welfare losses, even for major exporters. So we essentially have to engage in how do we transform our economies to become more competitive and diversify our services offering as well as goods offering. Next slide. This seems to be a bit of a rhetorical question we have to consider. Is there a major financing gap? Investing resilience, and that is yes. Even just for funding the implementation of our NDCs, the financing gap is just under 1 billion. If the blue dots will look at commitments in terms of from member states, development partners for implementing the NDCs, the green will show the value of these resources required as a percentage of GDP. We can see that it ranges from 10% of GDP for Trinidad and Tobago as much as 175% of GDP in the case of Suriname. Commitments. No economy has gotten commitment beyond 26% of the requirements. And this financing gap is just for NDCs. There's a significant financing gap with respect to our climate adaptation, resilience building, and structural transformation. Next slide. It is important or critical here to us to search for new solutions. We are arguing here that looking at developing market-based mechanisms like carbon crediting, which is a process of gaining credits for reducing emissions, and these credits can be traded. Emissions trading schemes where you develop an entity, you cap emissions, issue allowances, and these allowances can be traded, and also carbon taxes. The rest of our presentation will look at the possibility of emissions trading scheme for the region. Next slide.
Okay, so just a reminder, you already passed 10 minutes, so you get 2 more, okay?
Well, these are some of the major capacities that we'll have to engage in. The establishment of the ETS to run the scheme, the determining of the sectors, which usually we can look at the major sectors that we found in our NTCs, which essentially would be energy, transport, agriculture, and heavy industries. The ETS regulator would need to set the caps, We can determine the greenhouse gases, which can be, if we move on from there, can be carbon. Next slide. We can move on from there again. Right, carbon dioxide, methane, and having a monitoring and reporting and verification system. Next. The major issue here is probably developing the regulatory framework. We looked at 9 countries, 3 of them with the US, the EU. We looked at Mexico, Chile, and Brazil. Given that ECLAC has offices in those 3 member states, we can definitely provide some technical assistance in developing the regulatory framework to govern the ETS system in the Caribbean. Next slide. We're moving towards examining the feasibility of a regional ETS scheme using game theories and the scenario analysis and cost and benefit analyses. It's important to hear from member states whether there's an interest in having a regional scheme. Next slide. What we have realized, and looking at the EU scheme, where the pricing and being able to forecast the pricing and determining the number of allowances, because if the allowances are the allowances prices are too low, there's no incentive to engage in carbon reduction. You essentially will just pay the fine or buy the extra allowances. We have managed a 3-stage forecasting model, which looks at empirical mode decomposition, the particle swarm optimization. That algorithm is now fed into the support vector regression, and then the regression was run. Next slide. We have seen, and you can see, our almost perfect fit. This is something we can make available to the 5Cs and other agencies that will be monitoring the ETS. So this we have added here to the stock of knowledge. Next slide. If we moving forward, I think we definitely have to have a consideration by heads of government whether we would like to pursue a regional ETS. The selection of the countries, we would actually prefer to have all the Caribbean economies that have submitted NDCs and even the associate member states as well to get the critical mass and covering all agriculture sectors, transport, heavy industries as well. Definitely want to cover those, and energy generation. The model legislation, again, ECLAC and working with some of Latin American economies that have ETS schemes, the allowance reserve to be able to monitor, to keep the prices of the allowances relatively high, to create that incentive. A monitoring, reporting and valuation system, and maybe a phase with some limited sectoral coverage in the first instance. Next slide. That should be it. And these are just some of the major entities which will be important in establishing and monitoring the scheme. And many of you all will see your organization there as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sheldon. Very good presentation. In terms of building out of the emission trading scheme, in terms of the roadmap, I really will look forward to see that roadmap being built out and in the context of CARICOM countries. And I'm going to leave the questions, as I said earlier, for the audience. So we move on to our last presenter, Mr. Manuel Rodriguez. Looking at innovative tax, financing, climate financing. So on to you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you, ECLAC, for the organization of this event and the kind invitation to participate in the discussions. My topic today is innovation for climate financing, and I plan to share a few thoughts, including some remarks regarding real-life transactions, very innovative at the time, that I recently worked on, and that might pave the way for further innovation. So rather than just focusing on the transactions themselves, I hope to provide examples for collaboration that can bring success to these initiatives. If you can bring it to the next slide. Yeah. So seeds certainly suffer disproportionately from external shocks, including climate-related events. Earlier, we heard from Dwight Williams of what climate change can do to our communities. The reality is that some cities have not even fully recovered from the impact of the global financial crisis and COVID-19 pandemic, and climate-related challenges just had complications, sluggish growth, debt burdens, declining or insufficient access to reliable financing. And global warming and climate change are likely to exacerbate these challenges. Consequently, it is really important to collectively identify solutions, enhance cooperation, and focus on improving frameworks that sometimes prevent better access to existing financial solutions. We need to innovate. But this cannot happen without access to capital and reliable and sustainable funding sources. The fact of the matter is that access empowers borrowers and allows them to build a relationship with the market to innovate. This is no different than getting a first personal loan and then a second or a third. You need access to the market. And we've talked about this before, then you have these definitions of countries as high income or upper or middle income that sometimes prevent much needed funding from flowing to projects with a more than justified need. I like the topic of vulnerability to complement this. Now, despite the multiple challenges, there is encouraging evidence of creative structures that could help fund sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure and or help reduce fiscal pressures related to indebtedness. The next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through the traditional sources of funding. I think innovation in this sense requires imagination, but again, strong collaboration among different market participants. At the end of the day, the goal is to merge the different competitive advantages that each brings to the table, whether you are a development bank or capital markets participant, whether it is technical advice, structuring expertise, or access to investors into one solution. The challenges are just too large for a single participant to solve. It can also help, innovation can also help provide access to borrowers that are either too small or whose credit rating or lack of makes it expensive or just relatively unattractive for investors. Simply put, borrowers cannot develop a relationship with the market if investors are not willing to invest in them because of their perception of high risk or otherwise. On this point, DFIs have been a leading force in the development of SDG compliant projects. And partnership with different market participants can contribute to innovative solutions that are better aligned with the challenges presented by climate change, among others. If you can pass to the next slide, please. Now, international markets offer an almost unlimited supply of funds for highly rated transactions, right? Unfortunately, that window of liquidity is less available for lower rated borrowers. Most Caribbean issuers or borrowers are sub-investment grade or not rated at all, making it inaccessible. One way to solve this dilemma is by pairing the credit appetite of DFIs with market transactions through credit enhancements, such as credit guarantees or political risk insurance. That's in another way, DFI lends the credit rating to a borrower. It can increase the supply of available funds from institutional investors through a highly rated deal. It helps provide access to borrowers, contributing to the development of a relationship with the market, which is exactly what we need. Deals can be designed to attract local investors as well, contributing to the development of local markets. At least from my conversations from a few DFIs, there's appetite to support the region, right? But then, for example, the IDB has pledged to focus at least 35% of its annual lending to small and vulnerable countries, but it's not all of the Caribbean. And how can we make more Caribbean countries to be included in this list? Do we change the requirements? Do we relax some of the membership criteria? Do we change the definitions of what a high income country is? So with that, I just want to touch upon very specific examples. If you go to the next slide, One example of a DFI and private sector collaboration are the liability management exercises targeting relatively expensive debt for redemption with process of new financings obtained in better terms. The combination of these redemptions at a discount or with lower debt service or maturity extension can provide substantial fiscal relief over the term of a transaction. This provides long-term sustainability. And obviously, these type of transactions require collaboration with a DFI or another highly rated entity to enable the more attractive conditions. These new credit enhanced financings can receive a materially higher credit rating and tap and make better financing available. This DFI support paired with certain commitments and key performance indicators over the life of the transaction can make this happen. In the case of a climate transaction, it could include the redirection of savings toward the funding of climate adaptation and mitigation infrastructure. Some of these commitments that are imposed in borrowers sometimes are very much aligned with the objective itself, development of infrastructure projects such as water sanitation, desalination, etc. And also the need for transparency in the selection of projects, monitoring and audit over the life of these transactions. These type of debt for climate exchanges are built on the back of the successful debt for nature swaps that other countries have implemented, including Belize and Barbados. The main difference is that instead of focusing on commitments around marine conservation, one can redirect the effort towards climate mitigation and adaptation initiatives. In the case of Belize and Barbados, just to put a couple of examples, they were able to redeem bonds at a fraction of its base value, thus able to reduce their respective levels of indebtedness, in addition to reducing its overall debt service payments. Ecuador, non-Caribbean, but that's another example of a country that materialized over 1 billion in savings just from these exercises. Very important in terms of innovation that can be included in this type of transactions. In the case of Barbados, they included a natural disaster clause under which the IDB provided additional funding to pay debt service upon the occurrence of a national disaster, like a hurricane, just like parametric insurance in some ways. By the way, Barbados is working on a debt for climate swap at the moment, and so is another Caribbean state. And there are other Caribbean nations exploring similar exercises. So these are real life examples of practical innovation that can hopefully achieve funding for climate adaptation initiatives. The next slide, please. And that may be following. I'm not going to focus on too much of the detail, but part of what these transactions have brought is a lot more transparency. In these cases, by the creation of, let's call it a climate trust fund. This is the creation of a policy-focused independent vehicle to professionally manage available funding, including being able to receive donations, independently analyze projects and allocate funding. And, to be clear, these are not government entities, and sometimes that's a tough pill to swallow, but they're comprised of private sector participants, universities, obviously government officials. But at the end of the day, it provides accountability and transparency. And interestingly, investors are willing to deploy capital into these type of transactions, but obtaining a risk-adjusted return is no longer the only relevant variable. The policy aspect, the use of process of each transaction has become very relevant, and there's been these cases of greenwashing that people talk about. I don't know if the word climate washing exists, but these type of entities provide transparency and can ensure better access to the market. I'm going to wrap it up very quickly, but some of considerations and certainly opportunities for further innovation is when one considers this type of transactions is the size. Yeah, size matters, and structuring is time consuming and it's expensive. So smaller sovereign transactions could potentially benefit from a pool approach, right? Regional transactions or partnering with another country with a similar goal. Haven't seen it, but that's certainly something that we can do. Identifying indebtedness, right? Something that you can, redeem, something that is relatively expensive. I mentioned during my intervention, partnering with a DFI, in this type of deals, I've worked with the DFC, I work with the IDB, but, I know there's other DFIs that are willing to deploy capital. CAF is here today, not to put them on the spot, but, there's other DFIs that have expressed interest. There's certainly ample interest from the market for transactions of this type. And obviously, from a sovereign perspective, the ability to meet KPIs and commitments, is a fundamental way. There's a fundamental change in the way money managers allocate resources. So, it is important to have that accountability, transparency in this type of trades. So again, just as a final comment, not to focus too much on these specific transactions, but just to underline that these transactions required a lot of collaboration among multiple parties. This is not the success of an investment banker. It is a collaboration of governments, DFIs, NGOs, and also sophisticated institutional investors and the private sector. Just keeping it short, but I welcome any questions you may have or dialogue after this meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, let me just, before I hand over to the moderator. Okay, so we didn't do too badly. It's 5:33. So that will allow us to go to at least 5:45 with some questions. So just be mindful to, to keep the questions, short and to the point to allow the panelists to respond. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. We have had 4 very powerful and forward-looking presentations. So the chairperson, I'm going to ask the members of the floor to any questions. We have, as you said, 15 minutes. So. Yes.
Yes. I was very impressed with the idea raised by Dr. Leon of having a financial institution that corresponds to the needs of innovative finance for SITs. But I am a little bit concerned on whether the region has the capacity to mobilize new funding together with the donor community of a new financial institution. I'm not questioning the need for that financial institution, but in a realpolitik talk, we have already a CDB, we have IDB, and we always talk about the financing needs of the region. How do you see the appetite of both the donor community and to foresee the mobilization of funding for a new institution based on the needs of the state? Of course, I'm not questioning the need, but knowing the realpolitik of the international financing questions, whether from what initial contacts do you see the possibility of such a new financial institution emerging for the SIDS? Thank you.
Thank you for that. As I said, we are not competing, and the source of funds is going to be multi-source, multi-instrument, and therefore will include at least some sovereign equity, could include sovereign and non-sovereign hybrid capital, will include the potential of private sector funding, a large component from family offices and philanthropies, and importantly, will include this new revenue source of value creating from natural assets that are now not being considered at all. They are not on balance sheet of any sovereign. So there are multiple areas here that we are talking about. It is not the richer developed countries providing more money. In a sense, it is tapping into funds that we already have, wealth that we are not bringing on book at all. So I don't see the financing as an issue, to be quite clear for now. And it is not a Caribbean institution. It's an institution to cover essentially the marginalized, not well served 100 odd countries in the UN Office of the High Representative for low-lying, low-coastal states and LDC seeds that in essence are not being served as well as they ought to by the existing global system. So it's not a displacement issue, it's a gap issue and an expansion of the revenue potential of all countries together.
Thank you for those clarifications.
Yes, Antigua.
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the speakers for their invaluable presentations, all very, very interesting. I have 4 quick points. The presentations around the blue and green bonds and inclusive of the debt for climate swap. I'm wondering, I know it is a very popular thing, both of them, and they're very high on the agenda. I know that Seychelles ran into trouble in terms of its blue bonds, and in fact, I believe they lost on their bonds and having some rethink. And the debt for climate swap, having seen some experiences, also have been, it hasn't delivered as much as it has promised. And I'm wondering if you could speak to those some more, and to tell us whether see if you could address that and see if we could, how much more can we benefit from these? And there are different models to look at, because Seychelles is one of the more popular, one of the more successful, but yet they have run into issues with theirs. The other point is one of the centers of excellence activity is a business forum. And with this, the number of financing opportunities and organizations working in the region, one of the concerns I have is whether we are speaking to each other, whether we know what's going on from one to one and the business support that is coming in the region. And here again, with the Center of Excellence, the business forum that we plan to have biannually, not just for the Caribbean, but for SIDS, is an excellent opportunity for all of these groups to be brought together in a quote Davos style a seminar, and so that we can speak as SIDS, including the Caribbean, to know what monies are out there and to know how to access and to know who is investing in the private sector in the regions, because we need that as SIDS, and maybe you could speak to that. And that includes the whole discussion on the SIDS bank concept that was discussed by Gene, and which seems to be also talking about a broader OHRLS type and others. But I again think Abbas, one of the things we could think of is whether something like that, or CDB or some similar institution could be the home for such an in helping in the development and monitoring of Abbas.
Thank you. I'm happy to take the first question, and it is what I can tell you from I directly worked in the transactions for Belize, Barbados, and Ecuador, and I can tell you part of the course of innovation is that always you can do better, right? And you can learn from your past experiences, and you try to improve one from what you didn't do on the original ones or from the problems that you might have faced. What I can tell you from these transactions is that part of what the attempt is to bring the transparency that I was claiming during my presentation. It is a fact that investors have become and evolved into more sophisticated participants. It is a fact that people are not yield seeking anymore solely. They care about the policy aspects, they care about the use of process. Portfolio managers are not only evaluated in terms of how much money they make for their investors, they're also measured based on how impactful those funds or the deployment of those funds were. The creation of these, in the case of Barbados, Belize, Ecuador, of conservation trust funds, it was independent entities outside of the control of the government, so apolitical. They included universities, they included NGOs, they include the development finance institutions that participated, they included members of the communities that were beneficial of those resources, and obviously from the governments themselves. And in many of these instances, the projects were not even chosen, pre-selected. So it is more about creating the framework of how these entities are going to operate than pre-selecting the project. So in other words, upon completion of these transactions, the governments are expected to materialize savings over the life. So let's say you buy back a bond that is trading at 80 cents, right? So you materialize 20, but those 20 are not realized immediately. They're realized, over the life of the transaction. The same happens with the difference on interest rates. Maybe you get subsidized funding, I'm going to say, let's say just for the example, at 5%, and you are replacing or you're buying back debt at 10. That 5% interest are savings that you realize over the life of the structure. And those savings are being deployed into these conservation trust funds. But again, to fund projects that today doesn't exist, right? And that's the power and the beauty of these conservation trust funds, that they're independent from the government and they're going to be analyzing and deploying the funds for the right projects. And it's not only about the selection; it's about the monitoring. Who's going to be accountable for these investments and for making sure that they create the results that are expected. So that's what we implemented, at least in the case of Belize, Barbados, in Ecuador. I'm sure that in a year we may be talking about things that we forgot to include, but that's part of the challenge and the beauty of the innovation. So hopefully that helps answer the question.
Let me just add to that, Ambassador. You'd recall our conversation at Wilton Park last year. One of the advantages of having an institution like the Seeds Bank is you could essentially aggregate your blue-green bonds with or without collateralization from biodiversity credits and issue at scale at much lower cost than any individual country could actually do. And so you get the added benefit of being able to mobilize those funds with purpose, and the purpose being served by the investment targeting that will be done, and generate multiple scalable benefits to all the countries that are participating. So that's another way of seeing how a construct can actually help meet the needs of many, many countries all at once, and potentially sidestep the issue you raised about, say, the Seychelles bond. Yeah, because you have a diversification of risk immediately brought into the picture.
If I may, Chair, very quickly respond to the Ambassador's question about coordination. I'm not too sure what mechanism you are contemplating putting in place now, or the region or SIDS, but I would strongly support the idea of having the regional institutions in all of the jurisdictions be part of the coordination mechanism and to drive the coordination effort. If that structure is still being worked out, we would strongly advocate, say in the case of the Caribbean, CDB, 5Cs, CDF, and others that are active in the space, and the same with the other SIDS regions as part of the coordination mechanism. Let them be the ones that are driving the process, and see everybody else as partners that are responding to a regional agenda.
Yeah, and Ambassador, to add, I mean, your concern with respect to the efficacy of the blue and green bonds, but I think if we're going to broadening the market space, if we were to put in place the legal framework for us to start engaging in carbon crediting and selling carbon credits and trading carbon credits, we can also benefit from the clean development mechanism where developed countries are allowed to invest in renewable energy projects or projects that are carbon sinks, and the credits they derive from these initiatives, probably in the Caribbean, they can then trade that or use that to offset their emissions in their country. So I think if we were to move towards engaging in the carbon trading schemes, and have a robust framework for enforcing and also verifying emissions by sectors and companies. I think that consistent to what Jean is saying, there are vast resources now that we can leverage and trade to get resources to fund our climate transition and adaptation. I think these are key issues we need to mention. I think none of these presentations here cannibalize each other, but are complementary. Again, the other forms of innovative financing, the liability management of operations, the state contingent debt instruments, all of these could form a part of a compendium of mechanisms which we can draw into. And these things, we need to at least make these decisions at the highest level and push forward in the short to medium term.
Yes, Manuel, you wanted to give a comment?
Yes, a very brief comment. Thank you very much, and thank you to the four interventions. I think there are a lot of innovative ideas, and of course a review of some of the main mechanisms and new instruments, financial instruments to mobilize resources. What I would like to say is that just to remind us all that there is a very, very important conversation, and as I said in my inaugural remarks this morning, going on internationally about reforming of the international financial architecture led by the United Nations, where development banks are participating and so on. This is going on in several fora, and I think it's very important. No, I didn't want to just let this session finish without because I think the participation of Caribbean countries in those fora and the positions that you can take there and the alliances with other countries can be extremely, extremely important. I mean, you have a list of things that go from the governance on international financial institutions to the mobilization of special drawing rights. They were quoted, but there are political and technical obstacles to the mobilization of special drawing rights. So that is something that I think if it is going to have a solution, will have to be a solution in those kinds of fora where this is being discussed. Also, the whole issue of debt and debt, relief or renegotiation for middle-income countries, where most of the Caribbean are also in that category. So all I wanted to say is that I think in terms of the big conversation is how to mobilize resources. So let's have that in mind, and of course the Financing for Development conference that's coming next year. Between now and March, there's going to be three preparatory meetings for that, and there will be more. So I think again, the participation of the Caribbean with positions, with the specifics about what can come out of that, and also in the light of what's going to emerge, we will see if there's going to be any significant movement, because one of the 5 chapters of the Pact for the Future next week in the United Nations is going to be about financing for development. And there's also a conversation about taxation, which is very, very important. All this is connected. Of course, the focus in this panel today was innovative financial instruments and mobilization of private sector resources is very important. But I just want to conclude by saying there are three challenges that I think have been mentioned in a way already. For mobilization of private sector resources, you need good projects. And that is a challenge in itself. How do you make good projects for the blue economy? I mean, everything is so new. I mean, it's new. The blue economy is new. The new financial instruments. I think, it's important to, of course, look at the financial innovations, but ultimately, countries and regions have to have bankable projects, good projects, and that's not easy in some areas. And the other thing is that, and I was participating in a panel about debt for nature swaps and so on in New York recently, and we coincided, with other institutions. This is all very good, but even the thematic bonds, call it blue bonds, call it green bonds, call it social bonds, they are debt. So if a country is highly indebted, you have a limit to what extent a country can use these instruments. So I mean, it's all very good, and there are opportunities, but this is also kind of debt instruments. And finally, there is the certification issue. There have to be good projects, but the challenge of how do you certify, how do you guarantee to the investors that somehow the monies that are mobilized via these new financial instruments and bonds are really going to be used in the in the way that the brochure says, so to speak. So just this were just a few things, but the main message is there's a big process, and I talked about the diplomacy of small economies, but that can hit above their belts. I think the joint activism of Caribbean countries in this international fora at this moment, where all these things are being negotiated, is really, really important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel. Any more questions from the audience? Anyone? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nevis. For some strange reason, the moderator actually spoke of the points that I was going to ask, especially when identifying the financial tool that is applicable to the member. Because, for example, we just talked about the blue bonds with Belize. Belize has the largest barrier reef, so they could use that mechanism to fund their initiatives. And you have to look at the debt to GDP ratio of said country. So when now speaking, because I know CDF would have spoken to doing some projects, and Sheldon would have worked in St. Kitts. There's a video playing of him there. The initiatives that are being offered by the various funding agencies, is it best to coalesce around what is the economic development goals of the member state to say, if you have a competitive advantage, say in mining, forestry, whatever the case may be, tourism, service sector, is it best to shop, and I don't want to use shop around, for the institution that can facilitate that need much better than just applying to everyone and hoping for the best?
Yeah, question taken. We are really out of time. The secretary was supposed to be final speech, but I want to thank you all for this very excellent session that we have had. There's a financing gap. We need to fill that gap. There are new modalities now, and I'm very happy, Leon, and I heard many ideas that we need to move forward with. I would recommend that a discussion like this, that the ECLAC can, through the Executive Secretary, can have a forum where we can advance these ideas because they are very urgent and needed in this part of the world. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. No, Minister, we'll give you 2 minutes. Yes. Yes, but listen, we, as the chair, I am giving you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
When you give 2 minutes to a politician, I don't know how that works.
Well, as one politician to another, yes, I can give you 2 minutes.
I took a course in compression, so I think I will be able to do it. But let me, first of all, acknowledge the 4 solid presentations that were made. I think they were thought-provoking. And of course, we can distill those presentations into a useful formula to navigate the turbulent period that we're in. Because the contemporary global political environment is pregnant with the seeds of our continued marginalizations. And I agree with Dr. Leon when he said that the Bretton Woods institutions were not calibrated to adequately respond to our needs. And I think whilst we are challenged to build an impregnable substratum of economic and technological self-determination that never precludes us from searching for applicable institutions for our own development. And I was very happy to hear about the Development Bank for Resilient Prosperity. I feel it is a proposal, Dr. Leo, that you should bring to the CARICOM heads for consideration, because I believe it could instigate some concrete responses that may lead somewhere. Because the time has come for us to declare our independence from the world of the norm. So since I was given 2 minutes, I demonstrated very clearly that my course in compression actually worked. I took 1 minute and 45 seconds. Thank you, Chair, for your generosity.
Honorable Minister, I just need you to know that unfortunately you do not have the luxury to time yourself. You actually went over by 10 seconds. Okay, thank you very much. Minister, I'm really happy that you made that intervention. I am grateful that Diane drew to my attention. I mean, we wouldn't want you to come all the way here to Trinidad and not make that very, very important point that you made. So let me just thank our moderator, Mr. McCaskey, our panelists, delegates, and let me especially thank our Executive Secretary for his intervention. May I kindly ask you all to give a round of applause for the panelists and everyone. And we have come, of course, to the end of this first day of this roundtable. Let me thank everyone for participating in the discussions. And of course, by virtue of the fact that we are seeing almost everyone still behind, their name tag, that means that you have really enjoyed the session and made the extra effort to participate, notwithstanding the fact that we are slightly over time. So before I adjourn, let me invite the secretariats to make any housekeeping announcements.
Yeah. And this is on your behalf, Minister. Every participant in our meeting received an invitation from Ms. Afia Crooks from the Ministry of Planning and Development. And this important invitation is to participate in the reception being hosted by Minister Beckles Robinson tomorrow evening here in the hotel. And it's very important for you to respond by email to that invitation from Ms. Afia Crooks. So please look for that invitation in your email this evening and ensure that you send a response. We really do want to see you. You do not want to miss a Trini line. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me say that the meeting is now adjourned and reconvene tomorrow, Tuesday the 10th of September, promptly at 9 a.m. Trinidad time.
Very good. Thank you. Very nice, very nice.